Good morning and welcome to Friday's edition of Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 Television. This morning we have a lot installed for you on the show, so you may want to stick and stay with us as we run the morning with you. Here's what to expect this morning. We'll start off the show with Nana Tufo will be bringing you the newspaper review, and later on we'll be having some community conversations right here, as well as we'll get into the agricultural sector and find out what is going on there. But you know I don't do the show alone. But before I introduce my gentlemen to you, my name is Jifa Kedi Akoto, and of course I do this show with my very able gentlemen, Nana Tufo and Philip Ni Lati. Guys, join me.
Hi, Jifa.
Hi, Nana. Good morning, guys.
Oh, you look amazing.
Thank you.
Amazing is an understatement, right?
You know?
You guys.
Maybe we should find a new word. Let's
What?
speak to the Oxford people. They'll give us a word.
I think so.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so
They'll find
much.
us a word.
You don't look bad as well.
Thank you, my darling. Anyways, it's good to be here. It's Friday, and it's an absolute pleasure to be able to serve you the best breakfast on television. I am Nana Tufo Boate.
I am Philip Ni Latte, and definitely like Jifa stated and Anatufo has added, we are going to give you a fun-packed program today. It's a Friday. We will let it loose, and we bring you all the amazing things you expect on this channel and Breakfast Daily. But you know, is it a season of prayer?
Yes,
it's still going
seasons
on.
of prayer.
Yes, and if you've not joined yet, then I think there's a time you should decide to join. We have at dawn, we have in the morning, and that's in the afternoon.
Right.
It's already started, and a few days to the end of the month of April, so you should join the program every now and then. So on your screens, midday cry, 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. This is your days, 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. and prayer encounter, 12 p.m. to 1 p.m.
All right, Philip, right after seasons of prayer, we'll zoom into the family consecration, which begins our month of May. You know, May happens to be Family Month right here in Channel 1 Television and CT 97.3 FM. So on the 1st of May, we are all going to the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel, to pray as a family, to come together as a family, and then go onto our knees and worship the Lord. And there'll be very, very powerful men of God to lead us into the whole session. We'll have Reverend Stephen Wingham, Reverend Mauli Chikata, Reverend Mauli Benson, Reverend Michael Nuagbenu, Reverend Nelson Awintia, and also Reverend Fred McDavis. And it's from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. So it's a whole family day. So, and it's also going to be a holiday, by the way. So you really have no excuse not to be there.
Indeed, and it's amazing when families come together and pray together, and you'll be surprised at the miracles that you would encounter. The testimonies that we get every single year when we hold the family consecration service, absolutely amazing. So you just might want to tap into us. Show up on the 1st of May at the Oil Dome Royal House Chapel here in Accra. And guess what? Married couples, will have the opportunity to renew their vows. And it's beautiful just seeing married couples, people who have married over 10, 15, 20 years, renewing their vows. But that's not to say you that got married a year ago will not be part, There's room for every single person. So show up, let's gather together as a family. Bible says that we should not forsake the gathering or the assembly of the saints or the brethren. And so show up, let's gather as a family. Let's seek the face of God. Let's seek his interventions. Let's consecrate our lives, our businesses, our families. And above all, let's pray for Mother Ghana for proper development, proper growth. So, so we'll see you.
So the Easter Monday that passed, we visited some orphanage homes. We visited rehab centers to share with them what we have here on Channel 1 TV and also CTFM. But we didn't do that alone. We did it with the help of the general public. You being the viewer, the listener, we did it with your support, and we want to say thank you, thank you, thank you again. We just couldn't do this without your help. We went there to support, to feed, and to maintain them. And the more reason why we always want to say thank you to you out there.
Yep, it was a beautiful experience, absolutely wonderful, having to see these young kids and, of course, the smiles on their faces when they saw management and staff from City FM and Channel 1 Television. But we're eternally grateful to you for coming out to show us love, to support us, to be able to put those smiles on the faces of those wonderful, wonderful kids. You never know the future of those kids. Yes, yeah, you understand? But we're grateful that you came out the way you did. I mean, the outpouring of love to help us feed and, of course, sustain those children. And, of course, there was, a very major donation, a presentation of cash and some essential items to the orphanage, as well as the rehab centers, the reformation centers that we visited. Of course, the rehab centers received some 25,000 Ghana cedis each, along with the essential items. And then the Baptist School Orphanage received that 50,000 Ghana cedis check.
Nana, you know, there's one thing when you find yourself in a position where you feel like, I'm so blessed, or sometimes you don't even appreciate where you are in your life because you get an opportunity and you think that, oh, this is just the least of it, right? You are not so satisfied. But you've forgotten that where you are in your life at the moment, somebody wished he or she were there.
Yeah, true.
Even as you are not appreciating, someone is going through a worse situation. So sometimes when you find yourself in a position where you can be a blessing unto others, you don't need so much. It doesn't need you to do so much, just a little. And it will interest you to know that your least would be something so beneficial to them that they would be eternally grateful to you. So it was beautiful to see that we were able to put smiles on the faces of these young ones, and of course the people who are receiving reforms at the various rehabilitation centers in the country. And it couldn't have been possible without the help of you, the general public, when we called on you. So thank you. We appreciate it. We'll come back to you as and when we need help, and we hope that you would always come through for us. But
of course, Oliver Twist will always be asking for more.
Of course. Look, you can also join us here on the conversations right here on the show, because we love to connect with you. We are here because of you. So please join us. Log on to our socials at Channel 1 TVGH. If you want to send us a message, you can drop it in any of our social media handles, the inbox over there. If you go on Instagram, send us a DM. If you go on Facebook, send us a direct message via Messenger as well. And if it's X, you can also do same, or send us a tweet using the hashtag BreakfastDaily. Alternatively, you can send us a WhatsApp message. Just save this number on your phone so that every time you want to connect with us on any conversations we are having right here in the studio, you can do that very easily. The number is on your screen, but let me just mention it. 020-444-7033. 020-444-7033. This morning we'll be bringing you lots and lots of interesting conversations, and I'm sure you would want to reach out to us to share your thoughts and comments on them. So please do stay in touch with us. And again, thank you so much for sticking to us here at Channel 1 Television. We appreciate all the time you get to spend with us, your mornings and your days as well. Thank you.
So like we've been saying here, we just can't stop thanking them every now and then. So make sure that you join us 0204-447-033 and all our socials. We are bringing you all what you need from the communities, the paper review. We bring in some guests in studio to have conversation on the major issues, among other things. This week we've been talking about a lot of things. Yesterday we spoke about the Tamale Teaching Hospital that is in crisis, and the doctors still haven't called off their strike yet, but let's see what happens in the course of the show.
All righty. So time to bring you some updates regarding what's happening on the front pages of the various newspapers. So I'll go straight into it and start off from the front page of the Daily Graphic newspaper, which says, free parts for 2 million schoolgirls. Move to restore dignity. That's the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, speaking there. And I think this is an absolutely beautiful initiative. I mean, I am a male, I do not use one. But if you have had the opportunity to buy some for someone, you would appreciate the sort of relief this initiative will bring to girls in schools. Girls who are unable to attend classes because it's that time of the month and they are on their period, and for the fact that they will be mocked, they will be teased, they will be humiliated, and so they miss classes. All this is coming to an end if this initiative is rolled out and implemented as it should be. Okay, so this is a good move. Kudos to the government. It says free pads for 2 million schoolgirls. This will cut across the basic and, of course, the senior high school level. Good move there. Carried on the front page of the Daily Graphic. That launch was done here in Accra at Mamprobi yesterday. That's the National Sanitary Pad Distribution Program, what we're talking about. Now, in other story, it says FIC probes Akonta mining and Wontumi. FIC probes Akonta mining and Wontumi. Halt suspension of CJ. Old Tafo MP tells Supreme Court. Halt suspension of CJ. Old Tafo MP tells Supreme Court. New sanitation laws required. This is attributed to an MP. New sanitation laws required. Let's quickly jump to page 20 and find out which of the MPs is saying this. Okay, so that's the Chairman of Parliament Select Committee on Environment, Yao Frimpong Addo, speaking there, saying that we require some new sanitation laws. Okay, when you go to the back page, though, that's where you have the Tamale Teaching Hospital story. It says patients stranded, consulting rooms empty as doctors continue strike. Patients stranded, consulting rooms empty as doctors continue strike. We know that the health minister, Kwabena Minta Kando, yesterday made a donation to the facility and appealed to the doctors to rescind that particular decision to embark on that industrial action. However, as of this morning, we know that the doctors are still on strike. It's uncertain when they are going to call off their action, but we pray for the best. I mean, the patients who are already going through not so proper conditions or circumstances, they should not bear the brunt of a fracas between the authorities. Okay, so we hope that moves are made to help restore and, of course, help ensure resumption of work by the doctors. All right, I'll take you to the Daily Guide newspaper real quick. Daily Guide, front page, major story says, don't renew Zoom Lion contract. It stinks. Manasseh tells YEA boss. We know that Malik Basentali is now the boss of YEA, and Manasseh Azure Awuni, investigative journalist, is placing that call to that YEA boss. Reverse Tokonu's suspension. Asafua to Supreme Court. Reverse Tokonu's suspension. Asafua to Supreme Court. That's the Member of Parliament for Otafo, Vincent Eko Asafua, speaking there. 1 killed, 3 injured as soldiers open fire on mourners. Quite disturbing. And I thought we had been told that this issue of, well, let me leave it there. Well, I get a copy of the paper and you get the details because it doesn't sit well with me. 1 killed, 3 injured as soldiers open fire on mourners. We need to unravel the circumstances under which this would happen because just on the face of it, I don't see the wisdom in it. But yeah, get a copy of the Daily Guide newspaper and then you can get the details in there. NACOC seizes 73 cocaine slabs bound for Netherlands. NACOC seizes 73 cocaine slabs bound for Netherlands. FIC, that's the Financial Intelligence Center, probes McDan and Wontumi over financial transactions. FIC probes McDan and Wontumi over financial transactions. That's the front page of the Daily Guide newspaper. Let's take a look at what the News Center is saying this morning. News Center says police seek to block anti-Galamsey demo near Jubilee House. Police seek to block anti-Galamsey demo near Jubilee House. Valeria, the amputee, given 1,000 other amputees new life. These are the type of stories that should be, gaining the media's attention. That should be sustainable conversation or sustained conversations in the media, that an individual takes it upon themselves to empower other individuals. And guess what? This is Valeria, the amputee, giving 1,000 other amputees new life. We pray and hope she gets some appropriate sponsorship and a lot of light is shed on what she is doing. Okay, she is the founder of an organization known as Smiles of Hope. Valeria Ajo Ajetia, kudos to you. God bless you, and we wish you well. Okay, let's check out other story. It says, Unified African Tech Strategy crucial. Unified African Tech Strategy crucial to build and own its technology for a secured future. That's the Margins ID CEO, Moses Kwesi Baden Jr., speaking there. Dr. Esiama outlines 4 pillars to reset U.S.-Africa trade. Dr. Esiama outlines 4 pillars to reset U.S.-Africa trade. Samira's project helps Saboba achieve zero maternal and neonatal deaths. Samira's project helps Saboba to achieve zero maternal and neonatal deaths. All right, let's get into some other papers. Front page of the Ghanaian Times. What's it saying? Observing World Malaria Day. Commit resources to eliminate malaria. That's Professor Binka, Foundation Vice Chancellor, University of Health and Allied Sciences. Okay, he's the one making this call, asking for a commitment of resources to help eliminate malaria. Zoom Lion assured of government 1.2 billion Ghana cedis debt settlement. Zoom Lion assured of government 1.2 billion Ghana cedis debt settlement. President launches free sanitation. Oh, okay. President launches free sanitary pad initiative, not sanitation, sanitary pad initiative. I beg your pardon. President launches free sanitary pad initiative to benefit 2 million girls. Absolutely brilliant stuff. DVLA launches national community outreach to improve service delivery. DVLA launches national community outreach to improve service delivery. And there's a bit of a take on the Goldfield Damine mine story. On the back page says government Goldfields reach transition deal on Damine mine. It comes with a picture of Felix Kwachiofosu, minister in charge of government communications. I'll take you to the Herald newspaper now. Front page says Nitiwul and others spend $8.8 million on 53-year-old Soviet military vehicles from Azerbaijan scrapyard. Hey. Nitiwul and others spend $8.8 million on 53-year-old Soviet military vehicles from Azerbaijan scrapyard. No comments. Bahama gives update on Vice President's health, recuperating and very well. We had that story on the City Breakfast News earlier on today, where the President, speaking at that event to launch the Free Sanitary Pad initiative, mentioned that the Vice President would have loved to be there, but due to her current condition. However, she is in high spirits. She is recuperating and very well. We wish the good old Prof. Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman Godspeed, and we pray she gets better soon and, of course, appears in public for all of us to appreciate her. Okay, World Bank backs government's 500,000 youth jobs annually as energy sector faces $2 billion gap. World Bank backs government's 500,000 youth jobs annually as energy sector faces $2 billion gap. Comatose feeder awakened by Justice Tokonu's suspension. Herald newspaper. Comatose feeder awakened by Justice Tokonu's suspension. Ghana Bar takes measured stance on Chief Justice's matter. No faults, no blame, promises rule of law. Ghana rolls out chip-embedded passport on Monday with 24-hour service and courier delivery. Comes with a picture of the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. The Ghanaian publisher this morning says MPs propose fund to tackle sanitation. MPs propose fund to tackle sanitation. NDC base angry over Lands Commission job. NDC base angry over Lands Commission job. Police under pressure to stop Galamsey demo. Police under pressure to stop Galamsey demo. CDM fires Mahama over CJ suspension. MP files suit to halt process. That's the Ghanaian publisher. Let's check out another publisher, this time the New Publisher, which says suspected money laundering deals. FIC investigates McDonald's cash. 50 big names on surveillance. Lebanese, Nigerians, top list. Suspected money laundering deals. FIC investigates McDonald's cash. 50 big names on surveillance. Lebanese, Nigerians top list. MP files suit to reverse suspension of Chief Justice. MP files suit to reverse suspension of Chief Justice. CDM challenges neutrality of committee probing CJ petitions. CDM challenges neutrality of committee probing CJ petitions. And then you have GBA urges respect for rule of law in plot to remove CJ. GBA urges respect for rule of law in plot to remove CJ. Let me take you to the Chronicle newspaper real quick. It will be dangerous not to renew Zoomlion contracts, says Parliamentary Committee Chair on Sanitation. It will be dangerous not to renew Zoomlion contracts, says Parliamentary Committee Chair on Sanitation. Minority condemns President's brazen judicial coup. Minority condemns President's brazen judicial coup. Tafo MP wants CJ's removal process halted. Tafo MP wants CJ's removal process halted. And then they take us to the book of Exodus chapter 14 verse 14. The Lord will fight for you. You need only be still. That's why it's to whom it may concern. That's the Chronicle newspaper, front page. All right, let's do some business now. Business and Financial Times says, technology offers best bet to tackle tax revenue leakages. Technology offers best bet to tackle revenue leakages. This is Dr. Boache Yadom speaking. MPs reassure Zoomlion of government debt settlement. MPs reassure Zoomlion of government debt settlement. Traveling from Accra to Kumasi is a nightmare. I can agree with that. Traveling from Accra to Kumasi is a nightmare. Let's fix the road and ease the pressure on everybody. Let's make life easy for everybody, okay? $9 billion lost annually to corruption, tax evasion, and smuggling. Hey, oh my Ghana. $9 billion lost annually to corruption, tax evasion, and smuggling. How much did we go to the IMF for again? So if we plug the holes, okay, we seal the gaps, we would not need to go to the IMF. If we're losing $9 billion annually to corruption, tax evasion, and smuggling, imagine how much we can recoup if we were to seal all these loopholes. We wouldn't have to go to the IMF. But, oh my Ghana. Venture Capital Trust Fund welcomes President's push for National Venture Capital Fund, backing youth, women-led startups. That's the front page of the B&FT. The Informer this morning says, don't be selective in Galamsey fight. Coalition advises government. Don't be selective in Galamsey fight. Coalition advises government. Health Minister appeals to doctors, urges dialogue to resolve impasse. Health Minister appeals to doctors, urges dialogue to resolve impasse. Shun religious tribal politics. Baumia urges Ghanaians. Apt. No need to add more. Army Chief warns Boko troublemakers. Army Chief warns Boko troublemakers and will sanitize Ramsar sites. That's the TDC boss issuing that warning. Then Kwesita newspaper this morning says removal of Chief Justice. Araba's head on the gulleton. Hey, Rade, you people. And this is the picture. Inquisitor. Gold Board begins licensing of gold vendors in Ghana. Comes with a picture of the MD or acting MD of the PMMC, Sami Jamfi there. World Bank to help create 500,000 jobs for Ghanaian youth annually. National Service Military Training starts from August 2025. Okay. What's the Custodian newspaper saying this morning? MPs praise Zoomlion's investment in sanitation sector. MPs praise Zoomlion's investment in sanitation sector. CDM opposes tainted committee probing Tokonu. CDM opposes tainted committee. Tainted committee, the word tainted here in inverted commas. So you should pay mind to that. CDM opposes tainted committee probing Tokonu. Presidency pushes police to stop anti-Galamsey demo. Presidency pushes police to stop anti-Galamsey demo. Samira Baumia redefined second lady role. This according to a research report. And GJA blasts OSP for harassing journalist Gordon Asare Bediakon. And the final one is the Catholic Standard, which says, Adio, Pope Francis. Bishops, national leaders pay tribute to him. Adio, Pope Francis. Bishops, national leaders pay tribute to him. Archbishop Kofi reminds President Mahama of Galamsey promise. Then you have 9 days of mourning for Pope Francis, and then exhibits the transformation of Easter in your dealings. And then a host of other stories there in the Catholic Standard. Let's quickly go online and see what's happening. Channel1news.com. Channel1news.com is leading with 365 staff implicated in bank fraud in 2024. This is according to the Bank of Ghana, BOG. 365 staff implicated in bank fraud in 2024. Stalled Eastern Regional Hospital will be completed. That's according to the Parliamentary Select Committee on Health. Stalled Eastern Regional Hospital will be completed. Support government to reform public sector. Smith Graham to labor unions. Smith Graham is the boss of the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, and he is asking labor unions or organized labor to support government to reform the public sector. A doomfire. Traders vow to reclaim burnt sites. Traders vow to reclaim burnt sites. We understand that yesterday there was a deployment of a military attachment to the Adum market area, the PZ's blue light area, which was engulfed in a fire incident quite recently. We understand that traders had moved in to reclaim their sites, but there was a military deployment to the area to help ensure some sanity there. All right, let's check out some other stories. This one says agitations over MMDC appointments not unusual. Ni Oko Vanderpoy speaking there. He's MP for Ablekuma South and a former mayor of Accra. He was on the Channel 1 newsroom last night, and that's one of the stories culled from that interview with Eno Safo last night. Expedite work on Ofanko and Sawam Road. Motorists urge contractors. Expedite work on Ofanko and Sawam Road. Motorists urge contractors. Drug barons no longer have it easy. This is NACOC speaking. Drug barons no longer have it easy. NACOC speaking there. Free sanitary pad initiative will keep girls in school. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama speaking at the launch of that initiative yesterday in Mamprobi. TTH, striking doctors will resume work soon. Acting CEO assures. And then you have ex-Signals Bureau boss and wife sue AG for defamation. Bring you another one on the NACOC issue. There's NACOC intercepts cargo shipment suspected to be cocaine. NACOC intercepts cargo shipment suspected to be cocaine. Let me quickly take you to the citynewsroom.com. Citynewsroom.com. Let's see what's happening there on citynewsroom.com. They are leading with World Bank cuts Ghana's 2025 growth forecast to 3.9%. World Bank cuts Ghana's growth 2025 growth forecast to 3.9%. Mahama directs GES to promote all eligible deputy directors. Mahama directs GES to promote all eligible deputy directors. Staff fraud cases in banks hit 365 in 2024. Don't terminate Zoom Lions contract. Don't terminate Zoom Lions contract. Parliamentary Select Committee on Sanitation 2YEA. Every demolition had a purpose. Vanderpoy defends tenure as Accra mayor. Every demolition had a purpose. Vanderpoy defends tenure as Accra mayor. All right. There's one more that says all new cases in Superior Courts now subject to acting CJ's assignment. There's a directive issued by the recently appointed, if you like, acting Chief Justice, His Lordship Justice Bafo Boni, and he has issued some directives asking that all new cases or applications be presented to his office or brought to his attention so that he can assign courts, or where there's the need to empanel judges, he does so personally. Okay, that's a new directive from the acting CJ. Recent drug busts are evidence of effective leadership. This is NACOC speaking. Recent drug busts are evidence of effective leadership. NACOC speaking there. All right. And then you have in Team Forge's drug allegations are a complete fallacy. Again, NACOC speaking. In Team Forge's drug allegations are a complete fallacy attributed to NACOC. So these are some of the stories that are making the headlines today. When you go onto the web portal, citynewsroom.com, as well as channel1news.com, you get details of these stories, as well as a host of several others. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. Stay with us. We'll be right back with some more.
Welcome. It's Play to Aid.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to Aid, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, Play to Aid. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese.
Play to Aid every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to Aid game show is proudly sponsored by Tank Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
This Friday on Footprints, we have a conversation with Kojo Bonsu, former mayor of Kumasi, who delves into his educational life, his business life, his sports life, and his political associations.
I'll never sit here and say Ganasco was better than Tabasco. Tabasco
Was it?
It was it. I got a phone call. Good evening. This is the president speaking. Sir? I was dazed.
And Nana to tell you so.
President who? We're all scared of President Rawlings.
Oh,
so
yes.
he said, Kojo, I heard you're bringing this group to Ghana. We need to make people happy in Ghana. So I've given instructions to Ghana Airways. All your equipment, all the FS and everything, government is bearing it. As for President Rawlings, make I get up for her.
Oh, wow.
I worked with Kool and the gang.
Oh,
Yes.
you also.
I could compare American. I was working with Kool and the gang. From the onset, I followed NDC. Mm-hmm. So when I came out to advertise for President Mills, a lot of people were shocked. But how? Asantiniba, Kojo Bonsu, how?
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. and repeats every Sunday at 4 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV. This year, take the first step towards a deeper connection with God and one another. Join us for the Family Consecration Service, a powerful journey of faith, love, and renewal. In 2025, we are called to consecrate our homes, our hearts, and our lives.
The Lord is protecting you with His favor this morning in the name of Jesus. May the Lord favor your going out. May the Lord favor your coming in.
To dedicate ourselves and our families to the path of faith, grace, and unity. Through prayer and reflection and a shared devotion, the Family Consecration Service 2025 brings families closer together, strengthens bonds, and invites God's presence into every corner of our homes. It's on Thursday, 1st of May 2025 from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. The venue is the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel International, Accra. There will be renewal of vows for married couples.
On this occasion, I'm asking you to forgive me for all the hits and pain I have caused you.
Join countless families around the world as we come together to consecrate our lives in the spirit of love and faith. A consecration for today and for generations to come. Make this year a new beginning. Family Consecration Service 2025 for the love of God and the love of family. Join us this year. Together, let's consecrate our families and our hearts.
All the way from Cape Coast. Nipa bread. Enya minana remakano senior. No kana sen. Amamre my crowd. Onipa bebeseni na mani wunu no danedia aka onya tiefo eya no dia kukudro aje ahu mi ego biso dia chirese ewia sima yewe obema nenu medrenyo Beseni na mani wunu no danedia aka onya tiefo eya no dia kukudro aje ahu mi egu biso dia chirese ewia sima yewe obema nenu medrenyo Obibe wa mani anopa Obibe wa mani eria Obibe wa mani enyumere Arana sa yesu ya Yedie miyo Oyana bravo imo Onipe ni awuto Esureta yenemu Eguna mani o Aomini afanosa Yense mina na yaka Abebe sa yesu ya Unipa nkana semkura Bobi solo Achichidiensu na wana minem Abere mano yentira Onipa bebesene na mani wunu not done it, dear. Uncle Tia for the way. And not take at a chair. Najaja, whom you could be so at it. And it is said, I will see Piano. Mini. Yasi Muhammad Kao. Yaja, whom you could be so at it. Na bebe science, yeah. Na bebe science, yeah. Udipa kana sempra. Udipa bebe sani na mani unu. No dane dia aka onya tiefo. Ya no dia kukudro aji ahu miengu biso. Ya chirese ya sima yewe obema nelumeje remakano ya sima yewe obema nelumeje ye bema kize ya sima yewe obema nelumeje erikuse ya sima yewe obema nelumeje ye na chipalabo ya sima yewe obema nelumeje Mr. Mooney, Yasima, Bema, Aji, Apofi, Yasima, Bema, Obroni, Karine, Yasima, Bema, Namitias, Bay. Darling, look, and what I mean is time will come. I find your sweet love. Yeah, I pray that time will come. Every man shall be free. Give me that peace of love, peace of love. Of your love, so look, baby, look. And what I mean is why you think your heart, my mind will never make it. I pray that time will come. Every man shall be free. Gives me that peace of love. Peace of love. Of love. You look so nice with me by your side. So look, mommy say look. And what I mean is time will come. I find your sweet love. I pray that time will come. Every man shall be free. You look so nice. some joy, peace of love. My remedy, my neighborhood. I pray that time will come. Every man is set free. You look so nice, mama, some joy, peace of love. Thank you. This is politician. This one goes to you all the politicians. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, it's Sampanabo. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, it's Sampanabo. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, it's Sampanabo. Wake up, all you people of Africa now. Can sit and watch them as they do us massacre now. Come on and come on, join the train that wakes the brain. Follow politicians, and you never come far. They only always lie to raise your bar. They just don't care. Come on and come on, join the train that wakes the brain. Follow politicians, and you never come far. Looting and sharing resources, and they all corrupt. Follow politicians, and you never come far. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, it's Sampanabo. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, it's Sampanabo. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, it's Sampanabo.
beautiful performance there from Mamre. Absolutely enjoyed it, loved it so much. But we're going to go into a conversation right here on Breakfast Daily, which is live on Channel 1 Television. I am Nana24 Boate. You can tweet at me at Nana24B on X, all right? Join our socials as well. Send us your thoughts, your comments, and, of course, your suggestions regarding the various topics that we will be looking at. Okay, now some 2 weeks ago, His Excellency, the President, John Dramani Mahama, was somewhere in the Bono region where he launched an initiative which seeks to facilitate the transformation of Ghana's agricultural sector. He seeks to boost food production locally and reduce our import bill when it comes to food. All right, this project is dubbed the Feed Ghana Project. And so this morning we're looking at this project and what it means for the various stakeholders within that sector, and of course for you and I as a Ghanaian consumer. And so in studio with me, two gentlemen to help us look at this particular topic and of course what perspectives there are to it. Kwame Anim Somwa is the president of the Executive Council, Greater Accra Poultry Farmers Association. Good morning, sir. Good to have you. Good to have you. And then we have Besmark Owusu Norte. He's the acting executive director of the Peasant Farmers Association. Good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. So, I mean, as I established earlier, the president has launched this initiative. Were you guys at the launch, though?
We were invited, but I couldn't be there personally. But our reps were there.
Your reps were there.
Yeah.
How many were people there?
We weren't.
You weren't there. Okay, great. All right. So we're going to take an insert quickly. We'll check this out, and then when we come back, we'll get talking. All right. So let's hear this particular report.
Our poultry farm to table project, popularly referred to as the Nkukon Kitinkiti program, which is going to be implemented in collaboration with the Poultry Farmers Association, will support hatcheries, feed mills, veterinary services, and poultry processing centers. This year, we're going to register 50 anchor farmers who will be supported to produce 4 million birds, which will be equivalent to 10,000 metric tons of chicken. Additionally, a supplementary program would involve the registration of 55,000 households across this country. We believe that this will rear over 1 million birds and thereby improve the incomes.
His Excellency John Dramani Mahama speaking there some 2 weeks ago during the launch of the Feed Ghana program. Kwame, this speaks directly to you. So let me start off with you. What is in this Feed Ghana program for the Poultry Farmers Association?
Thank you very much. It's a wonderful initiative that the government is bringing on board. As farmers, we are positioning ourselves to embrace this opportunity to expand our farms and to feed our country. It is not beyond our scope or horizon to do this. We can actually help in this direction because from where we are coming from, Greater Accra Poultry Farmers Association, we can pride ourselves as the largest organized poultry farmer association in country Ghana. We can boast of the greatest membership. Presently, we have a membership of 800 active farmers and other people who also buy feed from us who are non-members. We also can boast of the biggest women farmer group from GAFA because we have a lot of women in our association. And then because of our numbers, we can be able to support this and support it very well. Considering what the president said about the anchor farmers, GAFA will position itself to be one of the best anchor farmers there can be because we have the membership already. We can mobilize our members to give us the chicken when they are ready, the vaccines, the feed. We go already, GAFA does that. We does feed processing. As we were speaking of air, we have about the biggest membership in terms of this feed production. And we have members not only in the Greater Accra region, we have members all over the country.
Right.
And we are even looking at expanding our activities to other regions as well. So this will put us in a very good state to embrace this opportunity and help feed Mother Ghana as the president wants us.
Right. Currently, we are importing about $400 million worth of chicken annually. Do you have the capacity to beat this?
We are aware. Recently, we had a discussion with our executive council, and it came up. We were told a single importer does around 5 million every week. Presently, we wouldn't say we'll be able to stop it completely, but we should start from a step. We can do it in tranches, maybe over the next 4 years. We're looking at 20-25% every year. So over the next 5 years, maybe 60%, even if you are able to do 60% down on what we are doing presently, I think it will be a good step, and then we build upon it. We have, what I would say that the best thing that can happen to us is the processing, because the production is not so much of a challenge, but the processing. You know, with the broiler production, what happens is that there is a timeline between when you get the day old and when the processing needs to be done.
Right.
You know, they have to get to a minimum weight, and that weight can easily be done by us.
Right. I'll come to you on what needs to happen for us to say half this import bill we're having on chicken products annually. But let me speak to Bismarck on the policy or the program itself. I mean, we've been through PFJ1, PFJ2. Now we have the Feed Ghana project. You are in the space. You've been there since whenever time I've known you, right? What do you make of this? Are there any similarities? Are there differences? What lessons can be drawn from previous ones that can be implemented here to see to its success?
Right. Thank you very much, and good morning to our viewers. First of all, let me take the opportunity to commend the government, the president, and then the minister for the launch of the program. For me, it's always refreshing when a politician promises you something and then they try or they attempt to implement it. So for that, we have to commend them. Moreover, if you also look at the design of the Feed the Ghana program, it looks quite comprehensive. It appears to touch on the various pitfalls that the agricultural sector faces and appears to provide solutions to address those particular challenges. So that's something that I think is good. You rightly mentioned that we've had PFJ1, we've had PFJ2, we have Feed the Ghana now. And for us, sometimes the issue is not necessarily about the program or the policy, but what goes into the implementation. And for me, as a country, that is where our challenges are. Let me take you back to maybe history lane on the PFJ, for instance. When the PFJ came, I think we all believed that the PFJ also had a very good concept.
Right.
But I think that looking at the current situation where we have a very huge import bill, we currently spend over $2 billion annually on food. Our current food inflation is at unprecedented levels. Food is very expensive in the country. I think that the PFJ didn't live up to expectation. And there are several factors that accounted for it. And for me, I'm hoping, and I'm very hopeful, that the new government would learn from those factors and try to view them to see how it doesn't influence this Feed the Ghana program. Some issues are regarding, one, accountability. And I think it's a major problem. You remember when PFJ started in 2017, we were told in 2018 that because of PFJ, we have increased maize production from 1.3 million metric tons to 2.3 million metric tons. That's over almost 100%.
100%, yeah.
So it's not intriguing that recently we heard that in 2018, Ghana had to borrow some tons of maize from ECOWAS So how do you increase your maize tonnage?
By about 100%.
Exactly.
And still go boring.
Absolutely. There's a problem. Also, the issue about how we seem to use such programs to serve as an opportunity for people to make money at the expense of beneficiaries is something that we have to look at. The PFG offered opportunities for people to rape the state and made money at the expense of farmers.
How did this happen? Importation of fertilizer?
From the procurement processes, where we know that there are several companies who were not into the imports of fertilizers, but somehow had contracts to bring fertilizers in. How they were selected, only God knows. The distribution process, how people who were not farmers were given fertilizer, to the extent that some of them were smuggled outside the country, needs to be investigated. The fact that there were instances where invoices were generated and receipts were made and forms were filled to indicate that a particular district had been supplied fertilizer, when in actual fact they were not supplied. All these are things that beats our imagination. In fact, we all thought that with the coming on board of PFG 2.0, it will correct the errors of PFG 1. But that was also another charade. Because last year, just last year alone, you know, the PFG 2 came with a component where the aggregators were supposed to provide inputs and services to farmers, including fertilizers. Then along the line, we heard that there were grants for the first 200,000 farmers who were registering. Then we heard that there were also some support for farmers who were affected by the dry spell. So there were several inputs all over the system. As at now, nobody knows the quantity of fertilizers that we brought in Ghana last year for support to farmers.
Wow.
And the challenge is further accentuated by the fact that some of these inputs were given to politicians. When you go to the respective decentralized levels, we have the technical people, the district directors, regional directors who are supposed to lead the charge. But there are situations where you have politicians fighting with technical directors as to who should distribute fertilizer.
Right.
To the extent that after the election, and I know your station carried the reports, where a lot of party people went out to ransack homes to get fertilizer because they had hints that politicians were keeping them. So how do you run a program on the back of all these challenges? You will never succeed. So for me, on hindsight, I think that the PFG was perpetuated on fraud. And I believe that the current administration should be interested in probing PFG 1 and PFG 2. Because the amount of money we spent on that program, it shouldn't lead us at a point where as a country, we are still importing that margin of amount we spend on food. And we are also having this current crisis about high food prices. So the expectation is that the Feed the Ghana program should not go that lane. And I'm quite happy with the current approach by the current minister. We've engaged him on, I think, 2 occasions, and he appears to be very welcoming. He appears to be open to suggestions, and I think that he's in for a lot of accountability. And I hope, and I know that he has been a very good start, and I hope that that will trickle down to the end of the program. I'm actually hopeful that at least by the 3rd year of the program, we should see some remarkable gains. We should see food prices stabilizing. We should see the fact that our import bill on food should reduce drastically. We should see that the challenges facing our agricultural sector, our reliance on rainfall, inputs, mechanization, we should have been solving about half of these challenges. And I hope that this program should be able to do that.
Very well. Kwame, let me come back to you on the Feed Ghana program and what's in it for you. What would you like to see happen for your association to benefit or reap the benefits thereof?
As my colleague rightly said, We depend on them, let me put it that way, because our raw materials come from them. And once their sector is streamlined and is regulated, and they are getting those benefits, it trickles down to us, because our main ingredient in our feed production is maize, and to an extent, soya, and the likes.
How many bags are you doing daily, currently?
Currently, we are doing over 2,000 mini bags a day.
Of maize?
Of maize.
Daily?
Daily.
Are you able to source all?
There are times we do even in excess of 2,000 every day.
Wow.
We do 6 days a week.
Wow.
Yes.
And daily you are doing over 2,000.
2,000.
So in a week you are doing more than 12,000 bags.
12,000
mini bags.
Every week.
That's
that is
huge.
the challenge that we are facing now. And it gets to a point our suppliers cannot even meet our demand. So we have a good number of suppliers where we are constantly on them to get us the raw material. And from our end, we need about a week's, maybe sometimes up to 3 weeks cover. Because the demand is there, farmers would come and they are demanding feed. So sometimes we are in serious die situations. Because if the farmer should travel all the way to the factory and cannot get the feed, it's pathetic. We don't have any choice. But than to feed the birds. So that is the position that we find ourselves in. Once we're able to get this raw material, this maize, and I think that over the last few years, we've not been very fortunate because most of our agriculture is rain-fed. And it is a huge challenge because presently the weather patterns are changing and we cannot continue to rely on rain-fed agriculture if we want to go on with it. The way to come would be mechanizing. Mechanization will be the best way to go, and then proper irrigation to address some of these challenges. Because from where we sit, I'm sure we are not the only persons who are looking at this maize on the market. Once there is maize on the market, it makes us also comfortable because relatively the prices remain stable over a long period of time. It also helps us in planning and also in projecting the price of feed over a period of time. Members will be able and willing to pay those prices if they are guaranteed a certain price of the feed. It also helps us to plan our farms. For instance, if you want to do, let's say, 10,000 or so layers, you need to plan. How much money do I need even to start? But then once there's so much fluctuation with the prices, it becomes very difficult for us. And you cannot blame, the farmers cannot blame we, the Executive Council, for adjusting the prices because there are times we are just on the edge. We don't make any margins at all because of the fluctuation in the prices of our raw material. That is where the challenge sits with us. So if the government, as it says, my colleague rightly said, they can come in and address some of these challenges and make this security, this maize production, soya production, very stable on the market for us. It trickles down to us. And we also will use that opportunity to expand our farms so that the margins that we are looking for per bed can be so low and yet we will make profit.
Very well.
Going forward, if the processing also comes in, with the processing we can get a lot of other benefits, as in oil from the chicken. We do now, there's delicacy, the legs. Chicken legs is such a delicacy. The chicken head, we can also extract the feathers for other decoration and other stuff. So all these things will help bring the price down. In so doing, we can also sell the finished chicken on the market at a very good price. Very competitive with that is which is important because you will get profit from the other bits as well. Yes, that is the way to go. But then here, what we have realized is that because we are selling the chicken as a whole, we don't get the actual value. Of what we are supposed to get. So you are only looking at the chicken portion, but the other bits and pieces which may be even more productive or more profitable than the chicken itself. Yeah.
Very well. Very well. Bismarck, I see food security in there, right? I see food inflation in there. And I see food price stability also in there. So what have you mentioned that this program appears comprehensive? What have you seen in there that gives you hope of addressing some of these things? But let's not forget sustainable livelihoods for our farmers.
Yeah, thanks. So, as I rightly mentioned, the program has several components. If you look at the one that deals with the SMART initiative, I think when the minister took over, there was an announcement of the launch of the irrigation for wealth, where there was a plan to do a feasibility and set up irrigation structures across 8 regions of the country. I think that's something that is quite a welcoming news, because we all know what the rains does to us and what it doesn't do to us.
Yes, quite recently the dry spell we experienced.
So for farmers, access to reliable water throughout the year is a game changer. Once we're able to do that, we know that we don't have only one planting cycle, especially if you go up north. Right? So that's one thing that we are looking forward to. Two, we know one of the major problems that we face now for farmers is the fact that the cost of inputs is very high. Now, if you want to buy a bag of fertilizer, it's almost 400, 500, 600, depending on the brand. And this was a bag that cost just about 40 or 60 cedis 2016. So you could see the price jump. The cost of seeds from maize, now if you want to buy 1 kilogram of maize, the local hybrid, you spend about 40 cedis. And if you are doing an acre, you need about 8. So that's almost 350. If you want to buy the foreign one, you are in the excess of 500. If you want to do even tomatoes, for instance, the popular variety called the Cobra, now to get about 10 grams for an acre, you spend over 2,000 cedis. A lot of farmers cannot afford that. So that also accounts for the high food prices, because when the farmer spends more in terms of the cost of production, he has to transfer all that cost to the consumer. So we pay more for those things. So if there's a program to reduce the cost of these inputs, and that's where the input support under these programs comes in handy. So if there's a very comprehensive approach as to how farmers were going to benefit from the inputs, the fertilizer and seeds, then definitely that cost of production has reduced. So that will translate into more food but lower prices. And then the issue of access to all these inputs we are talking about, the tractors, the plows and things like that. The one part of the program is to construct what they call the farmer service centers, which is supposed to provide, it's supposed to be like a one-stop shop where farmers can access inputs, mechanization, tractors. And I'm told that the government is already bringing some equipment in. If that comes in, and with the plan of the government to establish, I think, 50 of the service centers this year, then it means that at least for those areas who will be having them, they will have easy access to some of these things, and that should help us a lot. The issue of credit, which farmers also talk about a lot. You know how our interest rates are very unfavorable. Just recently, the minister launched the $1 million initiative in some parts of the northern Ghana, where farmers can take a facility, and I'm told that the interest rate is, I think, about 10%, which is quite affordable.
Yes, I was going to come to that and ask if the program touches on financing or access to.
Exactly. So if you're a farmer, you're able to take that facility and pay 10% for the year, I think that's something that is quite welcoming. So I think that if you look at the solutions that he's providing, it appears well. And for me, I'm very happy that the minister recognizes the role of every stakeholder. You recall that at the launch of the program, they presented some items even to institutions. And we have to understand that they also have a role to play. So we have the institutions, we have the farmers, and even individuals like yourself. How can you also take advantage of the program? So I think that the program, if indeed we go by the implementation plan, I'm sure that farmers will be able to position themselves to benefit. And one value chain that I'm interested in is the vegetable value chain. You know, as part of the program, they have the Yeridua program for vegetables.
Yeah.
And if you look at our import bill for tomatoes, for onion, and for okra, it's mind-boggling. So, and we told the previous governments that when you are having an intervention for food, you should have them targeted. The support for maize farmers cannot be the same for tomato farmers.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
In terms of even their timing, the nature of the materials they need, the inputs, they are different.
Yeah.
So if you lump their needs together, you address the problem.
Exactly.
So when you have the Yeridua program, which is mainly targeting vegetable farmers.
Yeah.
Meaning there's a specific plan for them. And I'll be very happy even if you break it down. Tomato farmers, this is the program for you. Onion farmers, this is your program for you. Pepper farmers, exactly. Once you're able to do that, then we give ourselves timeline that if now every month we are spending about 1.7 million cedis to import onions, then in the next 2 years or 3 years, we want to reduce that by, let's say, 1 million.
1 million.
Then we work towards that.
Great.
We have the farmers who have positioned themselves. The onion farmers are there, tomato farmers are there, and they are all ready. The kind of support that they will need is there. And one last thing before we come in again, the issue about even insurance, which is also a key component of the program.
Yeah.
So for me, the farmers are there and they are willing to work. It's about creating the right environment. But let me add, briefly, let me add that I go around the country a lot and I'm getting scared.
Why so?
Most of my membership are people who are above 50 years. We are not getting the youth into agric, and I'm scared. There are several programs that are being run by donors, even MasterCard Foundation, and you could tell that the target is for people in the age bracket 18-35. But you are struggling to get them. Especially in rural areas. The Galamsey and other resource money, they've taken over. If you come to the urban areas, Betson has taken the youth away. So I would urge that whilst the Ministry of Food and Agriculture is leading this front, I want to see more action from the Ministry of Youth and the various youth agencies.
The YEA and the likes.
What incentive are they creating for the youth to be involved in the program? I think that's something that we should be exploring. And I think that the Ministry of Youth and these agencies should be up and doing to ensure that we don't lose our youth to things like betting and gambling when we have the productive resources to improve our cultural sector.
Very well. Kwame, let me come to you finally and briefly on how you're positioning yourself to take advantage of this program.
Yeah. Just before I come to your question, let me add a little bit to what my brother just said. You see, the clarion call is for young men, the youth of today, to get into agriculture. But we are not putting the right things in place to make it attractive. Finance is the huge challenge. For instance, a graduate comes from school, he has nothing to show in this country. How does he set up a pen? How does he get the day-old chicks and all this in place to be able to even start a poultry farm? Now, a day-old chick costs so much. The local ones, you get around 19 cedis for a day-old chick. And if you want to go into broiler, after all the effort you put into the production of the broiler, where are you taking those birds? And after 6-7 weeks, if you're not able to sell it off, every day becomes a burden.
An extra cost
to you, because the little margin that you'll be making is what the bird will feed on every other day. So if you're not careful, you run into so much losses. That is the issue. We are not putting in the right measures to make it attractive to young people. Myself, I got into poultry farming, and I'm saying here that I think it's the best thing that you can ever do. With proper planning, implementation, and all that. We need support to expand our farms. Because from where we sit, the volume of eggs that we need every day, we are not, Ghanaians, we are not doing so much. Because myself and the other colleagues that we meet when we have discussions, for instance, a farmer is saying that every week he's lagging by maybe 2,000 crates. The demand the difference between the production and the demand that he's getting now. Maybe 2,000 crates every week. So assuming such a person is given the incentive to expand, it goes down the value chain. And from our business, the people that actually benefit the most are women. Because they are the people that we trade with. The product, we normally deal with women. And you know, when women are empowered, it goes down to the family and everyone benefits. That is the challenge. Everyone is saying that we have to empower the youth, we have to help the youth. But getting the finance and access to the finance is so difficult. They ask for so many things and they keep changing it all the time. Ask you to bring everything. Once you do, you don't hear from them again. But then how do we expand? And the rates they are giving us is so high. It's so high. Where you get it from, it's so high. You cannot use it in poultry. But for instance, if you go into layer egg production, it takes about 7 months to even get your first egg. And it takes a while to even break even, and let alone thinking about the repayment of your loan. So that is the challenge that we are facing. From GAFA, where we sit, we are a recognized association with members with track record for some time. Some people have been with us over 20 years. So if you partner such an organization with funds, we as the Executive Council will make sure that the money and the incentives will get to the people who actually need them. There are people who are not farmers, and yet they get these grants and support. But the real farmers who are on the field, you struggle to actually even get noticed. That is part of the problem. And if the present government is coming in, these are some of the things that we actually need to address.
Very well.
Speaking to the associations, to farmer groups, these are people who are trying to test it because we know our colleagues and we know who is doing what.
Exactly.
And from our data, we'll be able to address this challenge because, for instance, a farmer will come to you and say, I need so much. But from our end, we know your data. You buy only maybe $100 every week. So you don't need money for 10,000. You cannot scale on that. You have to grow organically so that your gains can be sustained. Yes. That is part of what we are expecting.
Thank you, Kwame. I'll take a few messages and then I'll give you I'll put just about 30 seconds, 1 minute to wrap up. This one says, hello, good morning. My name is George. This is a very great conversation. This Feed Ghana program is a great initiative, but my issue is with sustainability. Should another government take over? We pray for the best. This one says, hello, good morning. I am a farmer up north. Let's encourage the younger generation to go into farming. Also, adequate financing should be given to some key sectors to reduce importation. This is Christina from Mamprobi saying that it's sad how the value chain is unfair to poultry farmers. My mother doubled in the business and was hit with such losses that she gave up. By the time you're trying to calculate profit, you quickly realize you're not even broken even. Well, that's the realities of the business. So hopefully some of these programs will help address the challenges. Bismarck, you wrap up the conversation for us in a few words.
So as I mentioned, I think that I would want to see more from the Ministry of Youth. They should come up with incentives, as he rightly mentioned, that will entice the youth. Issues about land, issues about financing and things like that. They should come out and support the ministry. But I also encourage my brother to also try and visit the ministry because we have seen the minister and there is an active participation of our association in the program. And I'm sure there is, and they are willing to also support groups like yourself. So I hope that you could take the step and go and see them and see something else. And we hope that the government, as we said, will be able to implement the program and that we see tangible outcomes.
And hopefully it's not politicized.
And hopefully the politicians too do not extend their hands into the program at the expense of the beneficiaries.
Very well. Thank you so much. Bismarck Owusu-Norte, Acting Executive Director, Peasant Farmers Association. And then Kwame Anim-Somwa, he's the President of the Executive Council of the Greater Accra Poultry Farmers Association. Gentlemen, thank you so much. This has been a great conversation. Thank you to you. This is Breakfast Daily. Stay with us. We have a lot more on the show for you. Don't go away.
Life can get hectic, and sometimes we forget to prioritize our well-being. That's where Vernal Mineral Water steps in. A refreshing solution packed with essential minerals, Vernal Mineral Water keeps you hydrated and balanced. Whether you're at home or work, Vernal Mineral Water is there to keep you going. Don't let a busy schedule hinder your health. Make Vernal Mineral Water a part of your daily routine. Share the love with Vernal Mineral Water, the choice for a healthy, vibrant you.
This advert is FDA approved. Here's Kwame and Yao. After hours of planning, both have locked in the same perfect multi-bet. Big win for United, over 1.5. And both teams to score in the London Derby. But who could have picked Leicester over City? Or a high-scoring game at the Bridge? There's nothing worse than having your perfect multi-bet missing. But there's nothing better than having it saved. Bet Saver. Win, even if your bet misses.
This Friday on Footprints, we have a conversation with Kojo Bonsu, former mayor of Kumasi, who delves into his educational life, his business life, his sports life, and his political associations.
I'll never sit here and say Ganasco was better than Tamasco. Tamasco
was it.
It was it. I got a phone call. Good evening. This is the president speaking. Sir? I was dazed.
And Nana to tell you so.
President who? We're all scared of President Rawlings.
Oh,
so
yes.
He said, Kojo, I heard you're bringing this group to Ghana. We need to make people happy in Ghana. So I've given instructions to Ghana Airways. All your equipment, all the FS and everything, government is bearing it. As for President Rawlings, make I get up for her.
Oh, wow.
I worked with Kool and the gang.
Oh.
Yes.
You also.
I could be American. I was working with Kool and the gang. From the onset, I followed NDC. Mm-hmm. So when I came out to advertise for President Mills, a lot of people were shocked. But how? Asantiniba, Kojo Bonsu, how?
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. and repeats every Sunday at 4 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
We are still live on Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. We are bringing you a lot of information here on the network. Let's zoom into our communities now. But before that, this week there's been a very pressing issue with our health facilities. The health minister, Kwabena Takando, told the Tamale Teaching Hospital, where they had some issues. A 31-year-old man died as a result of not getting access to a ventilator. That sparked conversation on social media, compelling the health minister to go there. Fast forward, the doctors had to strike following the dismissal of the chief executive officer, and also came as a result of the
strike is not directly related.
Yeah, but they were asking for the equipment.
Yes, but
that
rather
is
the
needed
altercation with their colleague, which they describe as an attack on their colleague by the health minister and the member of parliament for Tamale North, Hassan Suini. And then, of course, they are asking for a safe environment to work in. And then, of course, the request for certain essentials and equipment to aid their work. They are coming from a point where they appear to have been making sacrifices, but rather are being victimized
as a result.
And so this time we are sitting back, provide everything, and then we will come in as professionals to execute our duty and go back home. But you see, from where I sit, my challenge with this entire issue, the Tamale Teaching Hospital problem, is we have this appetite of reducing a systemic failure, a failure of the system to the offense of a person.
Okay.
You get it? And at the end of the day, we'll go round and round and round and not deal with the failure of the system.
Of the system itself.
And so that we will come and do a populist, make some big noise about the whole thing, pick somebody out, give him a bad name, hang him, but the system has failed
us,
and hasn't been addressed. The system that is supposed to protect us has. Listen, yesterday I chanced on a write-up by somebody who has had a personal experience at the Tamale Teaching Hospital, and they're telling us that they have witnessed a baby's ear bitten off by a rat.
Wow, at the hospital.
So you can imagine the level of system failure there. You get it? And that is what we should be looking at. Instead of reducing the entire challenge to headlines and clickbaits, and then we'll go back and sleep, and the system.
But yesterday, the minister tried providing some items. Do
you have a list of the items he provided?
We would have to pull that,
Let's
the list
let's
out
see
version.
if it tallies with what the doctors are asking for.
But the doctors,
if somebody is dying, sorry not to cut you, but if somebody is dying due to the lack of a ventilator, and you are donating gauze, have you addressed the challenge? You understand?
Nana,
if we are sharing oxygen, we understand that they ration oxygen, and nurses have to move oxygen from one ward to the other. And you can't give me plaster. Have you addressed my challenge?
But yesterday, per what the doctors were also saying is that they were demanding apology from the minister immediately. We spoke to the General Secretary for the Ghana Medical Association, Dr. Richard Salome, who also noted that this is what they demand. At least if you give us an apology, you give us an assurance that you'll be providing the equipment and also the materials we need to work, we would rescind our decision. The new chief executive officer for Tamale Teaching Hospital, Bawa, also came out to say that the strike is biting hard, because
of course it will.
You would see that people will come to the hospital or patients who come to the hospital and they do not get access to the consulting room, and it makes it a very big problem. Do you have the items now?
Yes,
if
I
you can
do.
share with
But
us all the items.
just to add up, I seem to have quite of a problem with the doctors, not to say that they have no right to strike, but my question is, or my concern is coming from the point where, you have a myriad of problems and issues happening in the hospital. I'm sure they might have reached out to the Ministry of Health or the responsible ministry to cater for their needs. Now, you didn't see the need to call for a strike to say that because I need A, B, C, and D to do my work diligently and I don't have it, I would not want to be held responsible for any unforeseen circumstances that happens in this hospital. So due to that, I'm laying down my tools until I have access to those, so that I'm not blamed for any mishaps or misfortunes in this hospital. But you work with the little you have, trying to help help the hospital and then of course the people of Tamale. And then an issue happens and the minister comes there angrily, vents at you and all of that, and then you say you are striking because of that.
I understand where you're coming from. They should have made an equal measure of noise to meet the narrative out there regarding the challenges of the hospital, so that at least some address or some relief can be brought in. That they failed to do. But then on the other side of the coin is the fact that we are caregivers. We have taken an oath to provide care and to protect lives. And so we are doing the best that we can with the little that we have. But if there is a problem, you come, so we sit and engage on it. But where I understand you is that, you see, with a myriad of problems regarding this hospital, you don't reduce it to boardroom talk. Because you see, the management of the facility will have medical practitioners in there. And so they will know
what the
problem is and how they are struggling to provide health care. And so you don't reduce it to boardroom talk amongst yourselves without escalating it to the top, where the actual solution is supposed to come from. You get it? That's where they failed, if you ask me. But on the part of the minister, I think if there's an issue such as this, you don't spring a surprise. on the hospital on its management?
The minister's argument was also that I would have to get first-hand information, and if I to tell them that I'm coming to the facility, they may cover up some things. So I just go in there, get to know what the information is, pick it up for myself. For instance, when they went, what we heard from Suhini was that when they went there, the chief executive officer or the head of department, I think it was the head of department that had a conversation with
Dr. Valentine we've heard.
Yes.
Yes.
So they were ushering them to the chief executive officer's office. But the minister and Honorable Suhini stated that no, we would have to check the emergency ward or the facility first before we get seated. And that was when they noticed that they didn't have a lot of equipment they need. But yesterday, what the doctors were asking for, among the numerous things, I'll just mention a few. They said, we shall resume provision of emergency and outpatient after we receive appropriate apology. Yesterday, I think we saw the minister do some sort of apology.
And you notice how the politicians will apologize without saying sorry.
Of course, they will apologize diplomatically.
They'll never use the word sorry.
Yes. So it's a constant flow of water through the taps of clinical works and also stable electricity supply in the hospital, constant supply of oxygen. Now, what really caused the issue was the ventilators. They need 4 ventilators at the accident and emergency department, 4 ventilators at the intensive care unit, 2 ventilators at the pediatric emergency ward, 2 ventilators at the neonatal intensive care unit, and 2 ventilators at the maternal intensive care unit, 2 transport ventilators, 2 transport incubators at the obstetric and gynecology department. But they came out to, per what the minister gave yesterday, they said they gave out ultrasound scanner with accessories. They gave out 5 ECG machines, 6 ICU cardiac monitors, 2 infant incubators, and multiple ventilators, including what they need for the ICU and the transport ventilators that they are also asking for. They went on to give 20,000 face masks, 500 assorted sutures. They also gave out 10 bowls with stands, 5 delivery sets, 1 EEG machine, 3 voltage stabilizers, 1 operating lamp, 5 emergency trawlers, among others. These are just some of the items we are mentioning, not all the items that were given.
Right.
But
so at least we can cross out some.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So if these items have been given, it's just prudent that the doctors will call off the strike.
It is.
Go back to the facility, get work done. Then they can now get a round table discussion and see the way forward. I think that it will help. So that when 2 elephants are fighting, we wouldn't have the grass suffering. Because now the people who are suffering are the patients.
The patients. But we still want to hear the sorry from the minister. You should say sorry.
Oh, but you think
He
that
says he has apologized.
You should say
He says he
sorry.
has
You
apologized,
should just
and
say
then he
sorry,
didn't.
then we move on. That's all.
Well, there's a message coming here. It says it's surprising how Nana Tufo has left out the doctor's response that has triggered all the uproar. Are we okay with a doctor saying, why are we blowing one man's death out of proportion? Let's balance the discussion. How is Eastern Regional Hospital managing their space? To buy 5 dialysis machine from their IGF is highly commendable. So this one is trying to say that you should also use your internally generated fund.
I agree.
IGF. So
I agree.
there is a loophole on how they're also generating funds there.
I agree totally. And whoever sent the text, thank you so much. But I was just trying to stay away from one ill, because what I believe in is 2 wrongs not making a right.
Yes.
I mean, condolences to the family of the deceased. We cannot downplay the loss of a life in any situation. But you see, I wanted us to scale up the conversation so that we can look at the major problem of the facility, deal with it so that we can prevent some of these avoidable deaths. You get it? That's how come I intentionally stayed away from that. But I mean, it's fine. Granted, it's fine. Thank you so much for that message. Keep the messages coming in, so that together we can all find remedies.
But in general, I think the conversation should be around our health sector in this country. How hospitals are running, how clinics are running, how health centers are running. The more reason why we're moving to some right now to bring a conversation on that. In
the
that
health
area,
system itself needs an overhaul, a complete overhaul. And I think the minister, by now, having been in office for about 3 months now, should have received a brief of our health sector.
And that was also the argument of the minister as well. Who have you told? That's what he went there asking.
Oh, but he must have a brief by now, because he has district health directors, he has regional health directors, he has the Ghana Health Service, he has the various agencies under his ministry who are to brief him on daily happenings within the health sector. You understand? Not to take the minister on or anything, but I'm saying that this is what is expected to happen. So if it hasn't happened, then the minister should be posing questions to people he has put in authority.
Yes.
And they should brief him on the current state, the level of integrity of our health facilities, the structural integrity of same, the equipment and their level of functionality, if they are even in a position to work as we speak. Because you see, I mean, what is crazy for me is the fact that, can he visit every hospital when somebody dies?
That's the question.
No.
I doubt.
And we were in this country where we also had no bed syndrome.
Exactly.
And it's not like the issue is new. It's been there for a very long time.
So pick their reports, look at the... You see, when this happened, he has made this major donation.
Yes. And Nana,
the medical stores, do you know the things that are sitting there that have not been
so I was
supplied?
wondering, where did the things suddenly come from? And with this visit...
He didn't buy them on his way back from Tamale.
Yes, he didn't go to just the Tamale Teaching Hospital. He went to the Greater Accra Regional Hospital as well. And there were also issues of concerns from there. Yesterday, I saw a post on social media where some renovation works were ongoing at the Greater Accra Regional Hospital. And I was wondering, should it take the minister to come, or should it take a public uproar for the right things to be done, for us to be maintaining our public services or our health services? Because I went to the Greater Accra Regional Hospital for the first time in my life. I think somewhere in February. I had never been there. Even when it was the old one before the new construction. And I was being told by people that, oh, this place is not functioning because when it was newly built, oh, the place was really nice, but this is not functioning, this is not working. And in the lift, they've stationed people in the lift who are operating the lift because they think that when the public are using it on their own,
they'll get a spot.
It'll go out of hand. And at some point in time, when we were standing in the lift waiting for the operator to take us up, the door was not even closing.
Wow.
The guy had to be pushing the door, trying to adjust it. And I'm like, what's going on here?
It also has to do with our maintenance culture, or probably how we do not pay attention to some of these things. They say, a bindia. So once it's a bindia, we just get to use it anyhow.
Is there a facilities manager there?
Probably there should be. Yeah, there should be. There should be a facilities manager.
And is he taking salary? Is he being
paid? Of course, yes. The salary is going to hit the account
and what is the state
month.
of the
if
facility he's
managing? For 3 months, you hear the
exactly. I'm saying that. Listen, the minister cannot be everywhere at every time. That's why he has agency and agents working for him. It's good he went there.
Yeah.
We give that to him. But think of it this way. If he had commissioned a quiet investigation into this matter, he would have been in a better position to deal with what I call the systematic failure.
Right.
That failure of the system that is causing all of
But yesterday I was raising this concern that anytime there is an issue with a big man in this country, a politician, or someone who is really financially sound or stable, the person tends to seek for medical health abroad. And that is the problem. Because if you are a member of parliament for, say, Tamale North, for Tamale South, Tamale Central, and you are in that area, or let's say Ablekuma South, Ablekuma North, and even when you go to a hospital like Ganoth, you are within the Ganoth area and you attend the hospital there or the health facility there, you know their challenges. You know that what they have is not enough to keep that ordinary Ghanaian to survive. But you tend to travel abroad and maybe with your own money, but with the taxpayers' money also supporting you, you seek for medical health there. And what are you doing for us in this country? It's a big problem.
You're on your own.
Yeah, you're on your own to survive. But anyway, let's go to some. Let's bring you that report Fauzu Masawodu filed on their education, security, and above all, the health condition there. We will be having a conversation here on that. So you can get your messages coming 0204447033. Let's talk about the health sector of the country.
Located in the Ganwest municipality of the Greater Accra region, Samsam has for years been faced with several challenges due to inadequate basic amenities to respond to the growing population of the community. While poor road networks remain a widely acknowledged challenge, others, including the lack of proper healthcare infrastructure, continue to pose a significant threat to residents. We visited the only health facility in the area, where the nurse on duty, Portia Nagba, among other things, revealed that both male and female patients share the same ward due to insufficient rooms.
The ward is only one. Yes, we use for male and female.
The same ward for male and female.
Because that's the only room available. So we use it for male or female. As at when the detainee will come. Then we have maternity unit.
So before we go to the maternity, what happens if a male and female come at the same time? Does it mean that they sleep or they are kept in the same ward at the same time?
We have screens, so we just screen them.
So like a partition?
Yes, to separate them. That's what we do here.
But that's not the best, clearly.
Yeah, but service has to go on, so we manage.
You are managing the resources that you have. Okay, aside that.
So we have the maternity unit, then the RCH. Yeah, then we have consulting room, pharmacy, then the OPD. That's all.
So how many patients do you attend to, let's say, on an average daily?
Average, let's say 6.
6 patients a day?
Yes.
What are some of the cases that you usually, get?
We get malaria cases, UTIs, we have URTI, that's the cough. Then we have RTAs, sometimes home accidents.
Let's talk about the cough, for instance. Some residents we spoke to earlier say because of the dusty nature of the route and whatnot, as a health practitioner that attends to some of these issues, are you able to draw a connection between that and the cases that you get here?
Yes, during the rainy season, it's minimal. Okay. But dry season, because of the dust, you can connect it. There are most of them, because of the dust, they try to cough.
I'm told you don't have physician assistants here.
Yeah, we don't have. We used to.
But what happened?
She's been transferred.
There's not been any replacement ever since she was transferred.
Not yet.
So what do you have what do you do when you get more complicated cases?
Oh, we manage it. We give them first aid here. Okay. If we cannot, then we refer.
You refer them to Amasama Hospital. Okay, but tell me about your own experience as a nurse, as a health worker working in this facility. You've alluded to the fact that you are resource constrained and whatnot. But as a health worker here, tell me, the MP mentioned that he even has plans of expanding the place and even putting up a structure, possibly for some of those of you who work here. But in the absence of that, how has your experience been?
Nursing is a noble profession. So when you get inside, you have to love your job, do as you can to help Ghana. So wherever you find yourself with the resources available, you try to give out your best. So we are managing.
But what will be your appeal to relevant authorities?
Okay, I'll appeal to the MP, then authorities. If we can get a quarters around, it will help. Because the nature of the road is not helping. When you want to come here, it's very difficult. Going back you have to sit for hours before you get car, back to where you are staying. So when we get maybe quarters around, we can be able to stay so that if something happens in the evening or at night, we can be able to attend to the residents or the sick people around. So we think quarters will help. Then if they can improve the facility, it will help. We don't have laboratory services. We have a pump there.
A pump, okay.
It was working, but of late it's not coming. I don't know whether it's because of the rainy. I don't know. I can't tell. So if they can provide us with water, as at when it's needed, we will appreciate.
Do you have toilet facility?
Yes, we have. We have 2 toilet facilities. Yes.
Member of Parliament for Amasaman, Sedem Apenyo, noted plans to address these concerns.
The patronage here is very low.
Okay.
And the reason being that when you come here and you have to undergo some lab tests, you need to travel as far as to Amasaman, do the lab test, bring the results here before you are given medication. So the question is, why don't I go to Amasaman, have my lab test there, and then see whoever I have to see there, a doctor, a physician assistant there, and then take care of myself before coming home. So because of that, people feel that they wouldn't come here. Instead of coming here, they go to
Amasaman.
Exactly. Okay. So the patronage here is very low. But meanwhile, this has been built here to take care of the communities around. So Gono, Mimpenwasem, Samsam, and its surroundings. This was built to take care of their health. But unfortunately, because there's no lab, and currently there's no physician assistant. So when you come here, people come knowing that there's no physician assistant. They prefer going to, as human as we are, you come and they tell you, doctor anyhow. So see the nurse. You feel that if the doctor is not here, then why am I here? So the patronage here is very low. I think if we can get a lab built here, or we can have one room where we have some few equipments for lab tests, it will improve upon the patronage. Yeah.
So this is like a CHIPS compound?
More or less.
More or less. But if we are talking about lab and having other, facilities to aid healthcare delivery, that means that there's also the need to expand the structure.
Exactly. You see, our population is growing. I keep saying this. In 2016, when we were going to vote, our population was about 78,000 voters. Currently, we are about 170,000. It's doubled. So the pressure on Amasaman Municipal Hospital is high. So the good thing we can do is to try and expand this little CHIPS compound and the community health centers we have. When we expand them and we add some few facilities, it takes off the pressure from Amasaman. So as you rightly said, this place needs a bit of expansion so that those living around this place wouldn't have to shuttle all the way to Amasaman to seek for medical care. Yeah.
Has it, undergone any form of innovation over time?
For this one, no. I've done a couple of them. I've done Kojo Ashon, I've done Don Sampama, but this one, no. But hopefully this year, we are even not just looking at the renovation, we are looking at expansion. The problem we are having here is that the land, when the land is sold and it's getting finished, the ones that have been given to government for facilities like this, they start encroaching. The last time I visited the director for health at the municipality, she was telling me that the problem they are having now is the land. And the old man who gave the land keeps telling them that if there's no documentation and he passes away, the other family members will start fighting for the parts of the land that has not been used. So we decided to try and demarcate and then see if we can do a bit of fencing. It's all got to do with money. If it's fenced, it will be difficult for someone to come and encroach. So we are looking at a little bit of expansion. Other communities are crying for health facilities like CHIPS compounds and all that. But for me, if we can put the existing ones in good shape, at least traveling to this place will be okay than going to build another one and then leaving this one to deteriorate.
Educational infrastructure also remains a challenge. Sedem Apenyo expresses deep concern about its impact on the increasing population of children in the community.
When it comes to education, let me say we have a big problem in Amasaman. With the population, you enter a classroom and there are about 120 children sitting in one class, 100 in a class with one teacher. So you can imagine. Some of them are sitting in threes on one desk. Some are sitting on, this time before your child is admitted, you need to come with a desk or you don't get admission because there are no sitting places for kids to come and sit. So you are admitted based on the fact that you are bringing your own desk or a table and a chair to get you a place to sit, to learn. So since I got in, I know I can't rely on government alone. the private sector is here. Amasan, we have a lot of factories and companies around, like the Trillium, the Voltics, and so a couple of the roofing companies. Most of the school roofs are leaking. So they've been built for the past 20, 30, 40 years with no renovation. So when it rains, some of the roofs are rusted. The kids will have to close. Some also have their roofs ripped off when there's a rainstorm. So what I've done is to write to all the roofing companies to seek audience and then ask for support. So if you can help re-roof this, then we do it and then put your name on it, at least. It's like a corporate social responsibility. Yeah. So I've written to all of them. Very soon I'll be engaging them and then see how best they can come on board. We are constructing a bit of classroom desk, the dual ones, to help accommodate the kids. Because this day and age in Greater Accra, capital city, you are admitting a child and you're asking the child to
bring his own desk. It doesn't sit well.
Meanwhile, we're talking about free education. So I don't know how free the education is. If you talk about free education, it's not about you paying tuition fee. But even where you are sitting, if you have to pay for it, then how free is education? So we want to take it from the basic level. The classroom desk, the windows, the roof. The few schools we have, we are trying to renovate. If you go around, you realize that most of the schools even have pavilions. Because the classrooms are not big enough to accommodate the kids. So Teacher Association are trying to build pavilions around to accommodate some of the kids. And because it's a pavilion, when it's raining and there's a bit of wind, they have to close because the water gets into the classroom. It's not, how do I say it? The sides are not protected. So the rain gets into the classroom. So for now, we are looking up to
the corporate bodies.
Exactly, within the constituency.
To
help support, especially the roofing companies. We will do our part as government, and then we expect them to also support us.
So that is the Member of Parliament for Amasaman, Sedema Benyo, having a conversation with Fauzu Masawudu, who went to his constituency, specifically Samsam, where he looked at the health situation there, that is with the health post that they have in the area, and also education. But Nana, like we are trying to have a conversation on the health situation.
Yes, and it's sad to watch the video and hear some revelations from the nurse that there's just one ward that serves both male and female, and if they have a situation where both sexes come to the hospital for medical attention at the same time, they are in the same space, but just what separates the ward, so to speak, is the partitioning or a curtain that's supposed to. How are we living in Ghana, Accra, with this kind of a health situation or a health post?
It's heartbreaking.
Nana, I need to commend our health service workers, because look, it will take a lot of dedication and passion to want to go and live in a community as such with little to no amenities. The fact that you are giving your all, but you don't even have what it takes to render the services for the oath you swore to do due diligence to your country and your community.
And at this place, they have only one ward for male.
Yes, that's exactly what I said.
So one ward for male and female.
Yes.
And then look at the size of the ward. How many patients
can they attend to at a time?
So if there's an outbreak in a community like this, what do
I don't want to imagine what it would look like. Nana.
It's serious, and I keep saying that we should not be playing with some of these things. You say our health is our wealth. We should not be toying with it. You get it?
Politicizing everything.
Exactly. How do you live in a country like this? And this is supposed to be a health facility that is providing healthcare to a community. Listen, I'm not too sure of the population of Samsam, but you cannot estimate anything below 500.
Of course. And if you don't get access to this health post or the CHIPS compound, or
what's the nearest health facility to
Amasaman Municipal Hospital.
So in the event of an emergency,
you have to go there
and see the nature of the road you have to travel on.
Samsam is not having good roads, not having the education infrastructure they need. And I always say, but what I say, Nana will tell me that I shouldn't do that narrative that is in the Greater Accra region. This place is in the Greater Accra. No, it's not like it's far away from us. It's in the Greater Accra region.
No.
And it's
I do that.
Sawam Road. It's not like it's
no,
far
I
away
do that
from
on a
us.
lighter note. Not to say geographically, yes, it's in the Greater Accra region. But if I have to travel from my ghetto in Klagon to that place, that means I'm moving to another region.
But it's still Greater Accra region. You see, we think that in Greater Accra region, at least some sort of development should get up there.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
You wouldn't have a space where somebody, so to speak, is coming from, say, Zabzugu Tatale, and the person is coming to Accra. In my mind, I'm coming to the Greater Accra region. So
coming to meet a better development.
exactly, and maybe the situation here
this is where I always argue with you.
It's even worse than what is in the north.
This is where I always argue
before
with
we
you.
continue, let me just quickly let the viewers know that we want to hear from you, right? We want to connect with you. So call us and then talk to us about what the health situation in your community looks like. Do you have a good health center? Whether it's a clinic, a polyclinic, a CHIPS compound or whatnot, let us know what the situation is. So you can call us on the number 0302-784-969, 0302-784-969. You can also send us a WhatsApp message on the WhatsApp number 020-444-7033, 020-444-7033. That's the number for WhatsApp. So do connect with us. Let's hear from you.
And they should also let us know what they make of the entire health sector in this country. Because see, people are going to the big health facilities and the private ones with insurance. So you have the insurance, you just go there, you swipe, and maybe the company you are working with is paying, or the insurance you are paying, the policy you are on is also
take care of it.
Taking care of everything. So you do not really feel it. I always say that the gap between the rich and the poor is very wide.
And it keeps growing wider.
Exactly. Because the rich is like the rich is like, I can afford this, but the poor is like, without a national health insurance policy,
Philip,
I'm dying.
We have a call on the line. Hi, good morning.
Good morning, madam.
What's your name and where are you calling from?
Please, my name is Wachia Dombright, calling from Ofuase, Sandia Chem South.
Ofuase?
Yes, please.
All right, let's hear you. What's the health situation, or what's the situation of your health facility in Ofuase?
Yeah, we have a big challenge in our health facility, especially the maternity care. They don't even have a bed. So when somebody comes to deliver, the midwife has to find a ways and means to get a place for the delivery person to deliver on it, which is very bad. And many times they have channeled their issue to the district director of health, but it seems like it doesn't yield any results. So I was enjoying your conversation this morning, and I tried to call so that if our views can be aired out, and that the district director of Asante Achem South Municipal also will come to our aid to support the health center of Ofuase for maternity center. And secondly, to they lack staff. So I believe if the government can do something about that, it will help the facility to improve. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. Interesting. Nana, it looks like we have a bigger problem.
We are going to open a Pandora's box with this thing. You'll be surprised to hear that even your so-called posh area, there's a facility there that is struggling.
That's struggling.
You get it? And you see, that's why I keep saying that you do not toy with the health of your people. What is your biggest resource in this country? It's your human resource.
Exactly.
And what does the human run on? It's health.
Yeah.
So if you toy with the health of your people, you are toying with your resources. You get it? And so we need to pay attention to some of these things. This thing we are doing, let's just listen to people and what their own experiences are. Let's speak to Kamaldeen. Kamaldeen, good morning.
Good morning.
I trust you're well.
Yeah, very, very well.
You're calling from Tamale.
Yes.
Great. What's your own experience?
Our experience should be counting on our disappointment on the leaders of Tamale teaching hospitals. You know, we have been counting these recent incidences about how the doctors are moving strike on everything. Look, the Tamale teaching hospital is having a very big problem which they have been facing for a quite period of time now. The competence of the doctors, the management, and everything. Despite the water crisis is now raging, mismanagement is the one which is causing it to get that escalating level. Yes. Looking at things, the water switches could have been replaced by buying water tankers and filling it with the tank if there was to be a good management on the facility. But looking, people are dying day in, day out. Others, like ignorance, I don't know whether positionality or something else that everyone has to show power over everyone. Down to level, those who are listening will bear with us. The security people and the cleanness, they are having more superior than the nurses themselves in their facility. We are not finding it so easy in Tamale here. Mismanagement is the number one key thing that they should be watching now.
Right.
Before they can think of maybe solving anything. Water crisis is very difficult in Tamale here. Looking at things, but looking at things, mismanagement, that is why I'm just crying off. Even if they can
Point well noted. Point well noted. Thank you so much. Let's have the opportunity for others to also call in. So, like you heard, so you see, there's a issue of inadequate infrastructure. There's the issue of inadequate human resource, the equipment issue, and sitting on top of all these issues and others is the management or mismanagement of the facilities.
And he was also mentioned the issue of water. And Tamale has been facing water problem for a very long time. So are you trying to tell me that a big hospital as the Tamale Teaching Hospital, we can't devise means or we can't come out with strategies or plans to give them water that we can use for our clinical services? Even if you are doing surgical procedure, you need water.
That's, you see, that's where the challenge comes from, the issue of the system failure.
We have a caller on the line. Let's speak to the caller and then get back in studio for the conversation. Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
What's your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Kay. I'm calling from Winneba.
Winneba, all right. Share with us. What's your story?
My mind happens to be at the Ridge Hospital where I brought in my boy who was 22 years. He was in the final year at Lagos. He had a brain tumor. And we spent more than 5 months at Ridge. And the experience over there was so tragic. First, we brought him to the emergency ward. And I quite remember when he was at the emergency ward, Honorable Nuland boy also had an accident. And within the emergency ward, we could find.
Maybe you would have to call again.
Please call back.
I think what he's saying is very important.
Call back.
Trying to give some account of what happened at the Greater Accra Regional Hospital.
Right.
Health issues in this country.
So I think we have another call on the line, Maxwell. Maxwell, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
And where are you calling us from?
I'm calling from Treba to
Pobiman. Okay. Yes. What do you have to say about the health situation, one, in that area and generally nationwide?
Yes. I want to contribute about health, concerned health. Even the MP you are talking with now is my MP.
Oh.
The area we are here now, it's difficult for us for even health center because of the land issue. So it's true that our MP is trying, but because of the land, we don't have the. And that's why we have a problem of this kind of health issue. Even the area we are now, we need a school for from primary to get class 6, the small land. So that is the problem we face in Greater Accra here. So thank you for.
Okay, Maxwell, thank you so much for your time. Nana, the problems enormous. You've had plenty problems. We just can't end.
I don't know.
Every day more problems. So with the health sector, maybe a total overhaul of the whole system. And that is why we will have our nurses and our doctors running away.
Yeah.
Because, like you stated, you won't go to somewhere that you won't have access to potable water. You won't have access to electricity to even charge your phone.
Basic needs.
Connect back home.
Basic
have access to maybe accommodation. And you want me to go and stay there, maybe unless I want to sacrifice. But I don't think a lot of people want to sacrifice like I want to do it.
That's why I'm saying that it will take a lot of dedication, sacrifice, and even the fact that, look, you need to tune your mind to say that I have chosen this path and I want to do it. Else, if somebody is just going into the profession just because of lack of jobs, because nursing looks beautiful, so I also want to be a nurse.
Oh, that beauty will clear.
Trust me, you won't get the people giving their all to serve the nation.
I like I'm saying, we should be grateful to our healthcare practitioners, medical practitioners across the country, but at the same point, we should be holding duty bearers accountable and urging them to go out there and do what is required, because some of the facilities, the conditions there.
Nana, we have the gentleman we lost back on the line.
Good,
hello, good to have you back.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yes, so you are sharing with us your experience from Ridge, that's the Greater Accra Regional Hospital.
Yes. That did happen last year. Unfortunately, my boy passed on the 29th July last year.
So sorry about that. Our condolences to you.
Honorable Nilanti Vanderpoel brought in the nephew. And I complained bitterly to him. I even took him round because by then we have spent about a month at the emergency hall. So I took him round and look at this. Even the drawers that the patients were using, when you open it, you find cockroaches.
Wow.
You find cockroaches, everything. So I complained bitterly to the in charge, and it seems it has been going on for a very long time. So I once encountered the director general, the medical in charge, I think Dr. Raf Ama something, and I complained to him too. But the thing was going on. And the third thing that happened was, when there is an emergency, like my boys, the thing that they've been using to have the drip, the water wasn't flowing. I think his issues were blocked, so they have to put a central line. And this central line, they told me that I have to buy it. And do you know the sad thing? I called Art Farmer concerning the central line. They asked me of the measurement. I came back to inquire from the doctors, and one doctor pushed me aside and told me that, hey, if you don't know, go and buy this thing outside. They will tell you to go and bring in the person to come and fix it for your boy.
What? Wow.
Whilst you were even there, your colleague, the one on your left, he even came here for a lab test. I was at the lab when he came in with a lady, if he could remember, somewhere like
Yeah.
Yes, Philip, yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was there.
Oh, so you saw me when I came there?
Yes, I saw you.
Oh, that's
I
nice.
also met Salom and the daughter at the emergency ward.
Oh, nice.
Salom also brought in the daughter. I mean, shook hands with him.
I came in there to do kidney and liver tests, so.
Yes, I remember. Yes.
And everything is...
So what happened was, they said if you don't know and you go and bring in the central line, you have to come and fix it. Bring in someone to come and fix it. So that means I have to buy it from the doctor. That was around 800 cedis.
Wow.
While outside, you might get it at a cheaper cost. And when the time was due for the boys to have the surgery, they brought me the things that they will be needed for the surgery. So I had a friend at the Okais. I sent the items, and he gave me the amount. I also had a friend at the surgical unit at Kolebu. And when I came back with a list of the items that I said, oh, I've gotten them, so I have to go and buy it. The same doctor told me that, no, you can't buy it anywhere elsewhere. They will give you a place that... So I was happy when this Axis Pharmacy thing came up that Yoko was investigating them. They gave me the Axis Pharmacy number to call. That is where I will get the items. And I called, and then the guy gave me the amount, around 40,000 for the instrument for the tumor. While at the surgical unit at Kolebu, I had it around 22,000.
18,000 difference.
Yes. And they also told me that you can't buy it there. When you bring it, they will not attend to your boy. What kind of country is this?
Wow.
Sad experience.
Yes.
And
one day, if you could invite me to your studio, me, I can bring you all the documents. I have them here.
very well.
And when I have put the payment at Axis Pharmacy, I went and I told them that, Madam, pay for the thing, give me the things and let me send them. Do you know what the guy told me? He said, no. When we give it to you, you might broach some part and then you might spoil it, so you go. You come and give it to the doctor. I said, but what kind of thing is this? And if you spend a week at Ridge, the kind of things you see concerning patients losing their relatives, even ambulance, common ambulance, somebody comes purchase the ambulance. Common ambulance. So I even have a discussion with the now Director General of Ghana Health Service that we should do something about this ambulance. We have these utility bills that we have a percentage going in for the fire service. Why don't they put in the ambulance so that people will not even bother to pay before they bring in their patients? The utility bill policies to cater for the ambulance.
Joe, thank you so much for your I don't know how to put it, whether he's ordeal, whether he's expression.
Yeah, but we sympathize with you,
we
and
sympathize with you
condolences to you. We pray that the good Lord himself will comfort you on this particular matter. But while at it, we demand some level of professionalism, some level of accountability from the Greater Accra Regional Hospital, the Ridge Hospital, and all other health facilities across the country. The minister has been there. I'm sure by now he's taking cognizance of whatever happens there, what the current situation of the facility is, and I'm sure some measures will be instituted to make it a better place. I mean, the hospital is not designed to be a place of pain. Okay, so you should be going there with your ailment and living there with better memories. Okay, you're not going there with your pain and leaving the hospital worse off. But sometimes the experience from the hospitals is just traumatizing.
We have Auntie Sisi from Nungwa on the line. Hello, Auntie Sisi. Hello. Auntie Sisi, good morning.
Yeah,
You're marching.
Yeah, maybe. Me pacho, me pressure, me can't so na mo sani.
Yo, yet you.
Madam. Me ma here, me a nurse for. Me wa midwife matron, me sa wo nursing officer. Na, on say na ye kan. I say, ye kan the enye kwa fa nurse for. Ya mu shishi. Me ba no ye no jono. Our insalon, with traffic, wow, 12.
We lost Auntie Sisi. We've lost
come back again.
Yes, Auntie Sisi, if you can connect with us, we appreciate it so that
what she's saying, what I think I picked from what she said is she has a daughter who is a midwife too, but one is in the rural area, and she's been there for like 12 years trying to sacrifice a lot.
I see, these are some of the experiences we would like to hear. These are the ones that are sacrificing for you and I.
Of course, the profession is more of sacrifice.
It's sacrificial. It's service.
But you see, then again, I'll sacrifice, I would give off my best, but provide the tools. Let me sacrifice.
As simple as that.
Because if you don't provide the tools, I don't have syringes. How am I going to give somebody injection?
As simple
or I don't
as
have something as little as maybe bandage or cotton. How am I going to dress someone's sore? And I can't be buying it every now and then. For my meager salary, I don't know how much nurses are paid or doctors are paid.
Anyway.
Okay, we have Sawood from Winneba on the line. Sawood, please, good morning.
Good morning.
Your name again?
Saeed.
Saeed, okay.
Yes.
Share with us what you think of the health system, and if you have any health issue in your area, you can share with us as well.
No, okay. Actually, I'm a student at University of Education, Winneba.
Okay.
I was once involved in car accident. That was 2023, February 2023.
Okay.
From Tamale to Accra at King Castle. So what happened is that I had this facial damage, and I was transferred immediately from King Castle Government Hospital to TTH, that is Tamale Teaching Hospital. Can you imagine when they sent me there at the emergency? I was allowed to lie on the ground for over 2 hours without a bed.
Why did they tell you there wasn't any bed available for any patient who is coming?
I could have seen with only one eye by that moment. because of how my face was damaged with my elder sister who was running up and down to get a bed for me. They discharged and they transferred some, patients from that emergency ward. The ward that the minister had problem with the doctors, that is the same ward I'm talking about, the emergency ward at TTH. I was allowed to lie on the ground for about 2 hours until one doctor, Edmond, came and saw me on that condition, and then he was furious on the next day before they get me a bed.
Wow.
And even let me tell you, the line that they are talking about, whatever thing is happening in the TTH, Tamale Teaching Hospital, whatever thing you are going to pass through there, you must buy everything outside. Even a line, common line to put on me, blood, transfusion of blood and whatever. My family bought it outside. So these are issues about health deterioration in this country. The government needs to sit up. It is not only TTH, it's everywhere in this country. I advise our minister, our health minister, should sit up and reschedule, sit down with the directors of our health systems in this country so that we see the way forward of how to deal with cases, especially emergencies. So I was once a victim at Tamale Teaching Hospital. And I know the things I passed through before that surgery, it wasn't easy. Everything, I bought everything in the hospital.
Wow.
Until I was discharged about 2 months before they discharged me from the hospital. So in the case in CTH, everybody knows what has happened. If you are from Tamale, we know the kind of maltreatment nurses and doctors put upon patients at Tamale Teaching Hospital. That is what I have for Ghanaians.
Said, thank you so much for calling us and sharing your thoughts on the health sector in this country and what is happening at Tamale Teaching Hospital. He has been a victim. He has been there. He has witnessed what the issues are, and if it has to be done, it has to be done fast. I don't know how best we've resolved the issue with no bed syndrome.
We've come a long way,
yes,
but I don't think it's ended yet.
No.
There's more that needs to be done. Once there's population growth, health issues will increase. But if the infrastructure is not growing to meet the growth of population, then definitely we are going to have a deficit. And once there's a deficit, it's going to create more problems for us within the sector.
Nana, we have a caller from Ablekuma. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
What's your name?
I'm Kwesi, calling from Ablekuma.
Say that again. I didn't get your name.
I'm Kwesi, calling from
Kwesi. All right, Kwesi, let's hear you.
Yes. I'm Kwesi, calling from Ablekuma.
Please go ahead.
Kwesi, let's hear you. And kindly reduce the volume of your TV and listen through the phone.
Okay. So I would like to contribute to your program. I think another listener sent in a message indicating the use of IGS, that is internally generated. You see,
hello? Kindly turn down the volume of your TV set.
we need to have a national discussion on these issues. The equipment are too expensive. Yes, the facilities are generating IGS, but it's nowhere near the expenditure they are making. You have to pay for electricity. You have to find other sources of water. Currently, I work in a hospital in Greater Accra, and I can tell you the water.
Hello?
I think we've lost him.
Oh, we seem to have lost him as well.
But he wants to talk about the water situation about a hospital
in Greater Accra.
In Greater Accra.
It remains a challenge. I mean, a hospital cannot run without water. It's just basic like that. If there is erratic power supply, that's an increased cost burden on the facility. If water supply is not constant and consistent, that's an increased cost to the facility. And so while management is dealing with the essential or its core mandate of providing healthcare, it now has to deal with the administrative issue of looking for water and electricity, which of course is going to come at an extra cost. You get it? So we are not saying that, or we are not giving the humans in these facilities a bad name just to hang them. We understand and appreciate the challenges that they go through, okay? But then again, we are asking that based on the oath that they have taken to be caregivers, to see to our medical care, they should go all out and do same. While at it, duty bearers, people put in places of authority, given the mandates to exercise certain duties. We cannot entertain any lackluster attitude, of course, regarding our health. You get it? I won't toy with my health. I won't sit and see something that is going to cause me a disease and then ingest same. You get it? And if I'm seeking medical care that I am paying with my hard-earned money, I would want the best of treatment.
If the duty bearers are stopped
from traveling out to seek medical, that thing is worrying you, eh?
Yes. See, because we don't, people can't, see, you can't easily
you can't stop anybody. You can't stop anybody. If I can afford it, so what will you do? I'm going to pass a law to stop me.
I don't know, but
I can afford it. What will you do?
We should prioritize that.
Prioritize what? We should prioritize improving our infrastructure. Yes. That should be where the priority is, not somebody traveling abroad.
Problem with the infrastructure if I don't go there.
Yeah, go to see the
problem. But that's what I'm saying, that somebody sits atop of all of this. The back stops with leadership. Somebody sits atop of it. Somebody is briefed consistently on the states and of conditions of our health facilities. That person should act. Basic.
Let's see how that one goes.
So there's a message here speaking about Phillips with
with
government officials flying outside the country to receive medical care. This one says, good morning to the entire panel. This attitude of government appointees is becoming unbecoming. The arrogance is too much. However, the same minister will fly outside for medication. Thus, they don't care whether or not our doctors go on strike. Another one also says, the presidential hospital in Boku is the only hospital that everybody in the municipality can access for good health care. But because of the situation currently, we are lacking a lot of medical doctors and medicines for patients. We are pleading to the government to help us with doctors to save lives of the innocent ones. Thank you for your good work.
There's a message coming and look at the whole issue. Look, the whole issue of our health system is about tools or equipment. You can't save lives without tools. The whole health system is running out without the requisite tool or provisions. No beds, no IV fluids, medications, broken down ambulances, and other essential vehicles, etc. This is coming from Boku Hassan. And
there's another one also from Konongo by Kwabna. He says, hello, good morning. As we discussed all the deteriorating conditions at such facilities, we forget how the government needs to take care of those devoted patriots working there. True. The last time these noble teachers and nurses received their salary was the 21st of last month. They have gone 36 days without any good salary paid to them. Government should be serious with this lovely devotees.
True. For me, it's simple. There's a language that these politicians understand.
Strike or demonstration.
They like the aggression. You see that this time, like teaching hospital thing happened. No, a day after, 24 hours, we are doing donations to them. Where did the equipment come from?
Well, like I was saying, maybe the minister ordered for them. And
where did he order? He went to Tamale the day before. In 24 hours, he's making a donation. On his way back
from Tamale, he ordered.
They know where all the equipment is sitting. They know where all the challenges in these hospitals are. But for political gain, they do what they do. Stop subjecting people's lives to your political
gain. Before you go on the break, there's a message. I'm Kennedy. My father is here in Ho Teaching Hospital. I've asked about the security or the security man for blood, and he told me to pay 1,400 Ghana cedis for blood.
But why is he asking the security man for blood?
I have to ask the security man for blood, and he told me to pay 1,400 Ghana cedis for the blood, and truly the blood was given to my father. So the security man even knows where the blood is.
But
the security man is a vampire.
The security man for blood anyway.
Anyways, this is Breakfast Daily. Stay with us. We have a lot more in store for you right here on the show. We'll be right back.
Here's Kwame and Yao. After hours of planning, both have locked in the same perfect multi-bet. Big win for United, over 1.5. And both teams to score in the London Derby. But who could have picked Leicester over City? Or a high-scoring game at the Bridge? There's nothing worse than having your perfect multi-bet missing. But there's nothing better than having it saved. Bet saver, win, even if your bet misses.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
This Friday on Footprints, we have a conversation with Kojo Bonsu, former mayor of Kumasi, who delves into his educational life, his business life, his sports life, and his political associations.
I'll never sit here and say Ganasco was better than Tabasco. Tabasco
was it?
It was it. I got a phone call. Good evening. This is the president speaking. Sir? I was dazed.
And Nana to tell you so.
President who? We're all scared of President Rawlings.
Oh,
so
yes.
He said, Kojo, I heard you're bringing this group to Ghana. We need to make people happy in Ghana. So I've given instructions to Ghana Airways. All your equipment, all the FS and everything, government is bearing it. As for President Rawlings, make I get up for her.
Oh, wow.
I worked with Kool and the gang.
Oh.
Yes.
You also.
I Kokopi American. I was working with Kool and the gang. From the onset, I followed NDC. Mm-hmm. So when I came out to advertise for President Mills, a lot of people were shocked. But how? Asantiniba, Kojo Bonsu, how?
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. and repeats every Sunday at 4 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Here's Kwame and Yao. After hours of planning, both have locked in the same perfect multi-bet. Big win for United, over 1.5. And both teams to score in the London Derby. But who could have picked Leicester over City? Or a high-scoring game at the Bridge? There's nothing worse than having your perfect multi-bet missing. But there's nothing better than having it saved. Bet saver, win, even if your bet misses.
This year, take the first step towards a deeper connection with God and one another. Join us for the Family Consecration Service, a powerful journey of faith, love, and renewal. In 2025, we are called to consecrate our homes, our hearts, and our lives.
The Lord is protecting you with His favor this morning in the name of Jesus. May the Lord favor your going out. May the Lord favor your coming in.
To dedicate ourselves and our families to the path of faith, grace, and unity. Through prayer and reflection and a shared devotion, the Family Consecration Service 2025 brings families closer together, strengthens bonds, and invites God's presence into every corner of our homes. It's on Thursday, 1st of May 2025 from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. The venue is the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel International, Accra. There will be renewal of vows for married couples.
On this occasion, I'm asking you to forgive me for all the hurts and pain I have caused you.
Join countless families around the world as we come together to consecrate our lives in the spirit of love and faith. A consecration for today and for generations to come. Make this year a new beginning. Family Consecration Service 2025 for the love of God and the love of family. Join us this year. Together, let's consecrate our families and our hearts.
Well,
Welcome back from that break. You're still live on Breakfast Daily. Now, today is World Malaria Day, and it's a day to celebrate or to reflect on how far we've come when it comes to the progress of fighting malaria. This morning, we'll be having all that conversation here in the studio. And joining me to do that is Dr. Nanaya Pepra. He is the Deputy Programs Manager, National Malaria Elimination Program at the Ghana Health Service. Doc, good morning.
Good morning.
Good to have you in the studio.
Thank you.
Right. Now talk to us. What does the World Malaria Day even mean?
So basically, 25th April of every year across the world, we commemorate this day to discuss the progress we have made and also discuss some of the challenges and we look at the way forward. And for Ghana, we do it across the country. So as I speak, I'm sure district regions are commemorating it. But in Ghana, at the national level, we'll be having it at the ICGC Christ Temple.
Okay.
We'll have a Minister of Health coming around, the Director General of Ghana Health Service, and then the Greater Accra Regional Minister all coming around. And that stakeholders also be there. Basically, what we'll be doing this year is that we are focusing on the topic, malaria ends with us. What we are saying is that we all have something to do with malaria elimination. And if we can do it, we require three things. The first thing is that we need to reinvest. For Ghana, over the years, we have made a lot of progress, and that has just been done with about 50% of the resources we need. And I'm sure very soon I'll go into the details of the progress. The other thing we also need to do is to reimagine. We see a lot of issues of climate changes and its impact on malaria. We see issues of insecticide resistance. You know, the vector has ways of evading the insecticides we are using. You know, so we need to have different ways or innovative ways of addressing the insecticide resistance challenges. We also have issues of anti-malaria resistance. You know, so it's an opportunity for us to discuss how innovative we can be in this space to ensure that we eliminate malaria from Ghana. The last thing we want to do is to reignite. We've done a lot of fights, we've put in a lot of energy, but we've gotten to the point where we need to get all communities involved, get people to understand that we have something to do. Media, politicians, private sector, we should all come on board and ensure that we win this fight against malaria.
Now, you mentioned that in Ghana, we've made so much progress when it comes to the fight against malaria. How much progress have we made? Are you able to give us numbers?
You see, the first thing we usually want to discuss is the risks of transmission, the risks of you having malaria. If you ask yourself the last time you had malaria and the frequency at which you've been having malaria, has it improved or not? That's the first test everybody should ask him or herself. For numbers' sake, we have something we call Malaria Indicator Survey, which is done by Ghana Statistical Service. The last one, which was done in 2022, estimated our prevalence at 8.6. What it means is that across the country, if you randomly select about 100 people, you have about 9 of them carrying the parasite. This is a reduction from closely 28% in 2011. So in 2011, you had about 28 out of 100 people carrying the parasite.
Right.
Now it is reduced to 9. It means we have made progress. Now, if you go into the area of mortalities, in 2022, we had about 151 people dying of malaria. Last year, it has reduced to 74. That is progress. For us, we even believe that in the next 5 years, we should be able to reduce malaria-related mortalities even by 90%. Personally, I believe that it can even be 100%. And the reasons are simple. You see, if you have signs and symptoms of malaria and you go to any facility in Ghana, or even over-the-counter medical sellers or pharmacy, you get tested and it is positive, all you have to do is take the medicine. You won't die.
Yeah.
You understand? So I believe that we can achieve that. So we've made progress in the area of transmission risk. We've also made progress in the area of malaria mortalities.
Now, let's look at education when it comes to keeping our environments clean, because sometimes it's the filth we are engulfed with that breeds mosquitoes and all of that. How or what's the strategy for the Ghana Health Service when it comes to education and sensitizing people?
I mean, that's very important, because what the main strategy is to prevent. And in prevention, we want to look at the vector. We want to reduce the population of the vector. And that includes, one, the adult mosquito. So we are using the insecticide-treated nets. We are doing what we call the indoor residual spraying. But then you also have to look at the baby mosquito, which is called the larvae. That is where the environmental discussion comes in.
Yeah.
So together with Zoom Lion and other agencies, we try to spray our environment. But key is for everybody to understand how the female Anopheles mosquito grows. The female Anopheles mosquito usually breeds in relatively clean waters. You know, so as much as the very stagnated waters, the polluted waters, when we clear them, have some public health benefits. That is not necessarily for malaria, because the female Anopheles mosquitoes breed in relatively clean waters. You know, so what we advise is that if you look around your household, you have containers that are collecting waters.
Yeah.
Either you cover them up or you discard the water. If you have some construction sites and it's more or less like a breeding site for mosquitoes, you try and do away with those things. We want to advise that such things are done. And also together with the districts and the municipal assemblies, we have to get some bylaws ensuring that if people are breeding mosquitoes, directly or indirectly, we do away with all those things and enforce laws to ensure that we reduce the population of the mosquitoes in the country.
Beautiful. Now let's talk about interventions. As we are looking at fighting malaria, or attaining a zero malaria Ghana, what are some of the interventions in place from the Ghana Health, especially when it comes to children and pregnant women? What are some of the interventions?
So I started with the vector control interventions, looking at the vector. We also have chemopreventive interventions. So rightly, as you said, the pregnant women are vulnerable when it comes to malaria. So when a pregnant woman is at 16 weeks of pregnancy, we give the pregnant woman a medicine called sulfadoxine pyrimethamine. It's an anti-malaria.
Okay.
It is to prevent the pregnant woman from having malaria and the complications that comes with it. Right, and the woman is supposed to take it monthly from 16 weeks to delivery. We also give free mosquito nets to pregnant women when they register for the first time in every facility in Ghana. And if they sleep under it, adding on to the chemopreventive intervention, it protects them. Now for children, I'm sure you're aware that we've introduced the malaria vaccine, right, which is being implemented more or less like half the districts in Ghana. And hopefully that's going to protect our children. For areas where malaria transmission is seasonal, we also have another intervention called the seasonal malaria chemoprevention. This is for areas where the transmission, you see, they see a lot of cases from, say, June up to, say, October, November. So if you go to the northern part of the country, you realize that it doesn't rain from, say, January, then May, June, it starts. And from June to November, they see quite a huge number of the cases. It really affects the children. So during this period, we give them anti-malaria for free. We give it to them monthly to protect them. And that is what we call the seasonal malaria chemoprevention. So we have this intervention for them. And we are introducing a new one. And because we realize that when the children have anemia of whatever cause and they are discharged home, even though they have been put on hematinics, to build their red blood cells. During that period, if they should have malaria, it affects them, and some of them die. So we are introducing a new intervention called the post-discharge malaria chemoprevention. You are discharged from the hospital, it is severe anemia, you are on hematinics, but we protect you during that period, 3 months, so that you don't get malaria during that time and then you die. So we have quite a number of interventions to protect the vulnerable.
That's a lot and quite beautiful. But now let's look at the long term. What's the structure? What are the plans in the long run to eliminate malaria completely from Ghana? Because we've made progress, but we are not there yet. Yes. We are looking at getting there, and then we'll feel fulfilled and satisfied. So what's the plan?
Do you believe that we can eliminate malaria?
Oh yes, I do. I do.
Glory.
I'm very positive, so I do.
So last year we outdoored a plan. We believe that over the years we've been trying to control malaria, but looking at the progress and the new tools we have, stakeholders agree that we should eliminate. It's something that we can't do it. So we put together a plan. The first 5 years, what we are looking at first is that there are 21 districts in Greater Accra that are very close to elimination. So we are going to put together some interventions, including mass drug administration, enhancing epidemiological and entomological surveillance, to push them into elimination. We learn lessons and we scale it up across the country. The second is to reduce mortality by 90%, as I said earlier on. Right. And then the third is to reduce incidence by 50%. So that will be in the next 5 years. If we look at what we'll be able to do in the next 5 years, based on the resources we have, then hopefully in the next 10 years, we should be able to eliminate malaria. So it's all about the strategies. We believe that it's a sub-national approach. It should be gradual, but we should have a vision to eliminate it. And we have a plan to do that.
Most definitely. Now let's go back finally before I let you go to the day's celebration. You mentioned early on that the celebration was happening at ICGC. Give us all the details and, of course, what should the public expect out of today's conversation?
So today's commemoration is basically to have commitments from stakeholders. We believe that this is not an issue of the health service. Malaria elimination, all countries that have done that engaged other agencies. We want other ministries to come on board. We're also looking at giving awards to some children who did very well during the recent malaria elimination quiz. We actually did a quiz for peoples in the 21 districts, year-mark for elimination. Right. So basically what we are trying to do is that we want to have a future of a malaria-free Ghana. And it belongs to these children. It has to be part of it. So in today's commemoration, we are using the opportunity to engage the Ministry of Education, telling them that it is also about this, about what we teach the children for the future. And then we have our media people coming around. Luckily for us, our advocacy chair or champion is Ohenere Gifty Auntie. Right. She'll also be around. The media people will be around. We also want to tax or get commitment from the media that we need to get people to appreciate that elimination of malaria is possible. Let's all get committed to it and eliminate it from Ghana.
Doc, any final words from you before we go?
So my final words would be that malaria elimination is possible. We all need to come together. We have to reinvest, we have to reimagine, and then we have to reignite the fire to eliminate malaria from Ghana.
Most definitely. Thank you so much. And we will all together come together and then collectively help in the fight against malaria elimination. I mean, we need to have a zero malaria Ghana.
Thank you.
All right. So we've been speaking to Dr. Nanaya Pepa. He is the Deputy Programs Manager, National Malaria Elimination Program at the Ghana Health Service. We've been talking about today being World Malaria Day and the event happening later today at the ICGC Christ Temple. So we'll take a quick breather at this point. When we come back, Philip has a very interesting conversation on standby you don't want to miss out on. So do stay with us. We'll be right back.
This Friday on Footprints, we have a conversation with Kojo Bonsu, former mayor of Kumasi, who delves into his educational life, his business life, his sports life, and his political associations.
I'll never sit here and say Ganasco was better than Tabasco. Tabasco
was it.
It was it. I got a phone call. Good evening. This is the president speaking. Sir? I was dazed.
And Nana Titefu, so.
President who? We're all scared of President Rawlings.
Oh,
so
yes.
He said, Kojo, I heard you're bringing this group to Ghana. We need to make people happy in Ghana. So I've given instructions to Ghana Airways. All your equipment, all the airfares and everything, government is bearing it. As for President Rawlings, make I get up for her.
Oh, wow.
I worked with Kool and the gang.
Oh.
Yes.
You also.
I Kokopi American. I was working with Kool and the gang. From the onset, I followed NDC.
Mm-hmm.
So when I came out to advertise for President Mills, a lot of people were shocked. But how? Asantiniba. Kojo Bonsu. How?
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. and repeats every Sunday at 4 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Yasin Swaya Baye, Duru Yankin Nero. And it's even show you, not from Bombay. Naya Kai Debbie, Naya Kai Debbie, Yasabra Baye Boyo. There's no in the cry, there's no down for so cry. I don't make no one go. A video never one no tree for my baby Nanya. I sent Tirako so Nanya. Never got you. I don't make no one go. A video never one no tree for my baby Nanya. I sent Tirako so Nanya. Never got you. Oh mama, Christina is a girl I love. My baby, Christina is a girl I love. Oh papa, Christina is a girl I love. Oh mama, Christina is a girl I love. My baby, Christina is a girl I love. Oh papa, Christina is a girl I love. A girl I love. Our friend Christina is a girl I love. Yeah, Christina is a girl I need. She will smile whenever I'm weak. She bumpers me whenever I'm sad. She will smile whenever I'm weak. She bumpers me whenever I'm sad. Whatever people say, she's the only one that my heart beats. Oh mama, Christina is a girl I love. My baby is a girl I love. Oh papa is a girl I love. Oh mama, Christina is a girl I love. My baby is a girl I love. Oh papa is a girl. whenever I'm sad. She will smiles whenever I'm weak. She purpose me whenever I'm sad. I don't care whatever people say. She's the only one that my heart belongs. Oh, mama, Christina is a girl. Ajima, baby. Christina is a girl I love. Oh, papa, Christina is a girl I love. Oh, mama, Christina is a girl. Ajima, baby. Christina is a girl I love. Oh, papa, Christina is a girl I love.
Beautiful one from Mama Mre, giving us all the tunes we need this morning. But you're going to enter into a conversation. I'm sure you may have seen a lot of artists coming out with their albums, among other things, but there are a lot of work that goes into it, a lot of individuals behind. Who is choosing the picture that you should use for an album, who is drawing what, who is putting what image at a particular place and all that. We have Lemmy Garioku in studio. I'm sure the name rings a bell, and you may have heard of his name before, but he's the man joining us today for us to have a conversation on what goes into the designing of album. He's the king of album covers. Covers. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you
for
having
doing?
me. I'm very fine.
You're doing good?
Yes.
Is this your first time in Ghana?
This is actually my third time.
Oh, you've been here before?
A lot of gaps.
The first time you came here was which year?
I was with Fela Kuti.
Oh, okay.
He was on tour. I visited Ghana with him like about 3 times. He toured around Takura, all those places.
Oh,
that was the last time with Fela was 1976.
1976?
Yes.
And the second time was?
Second time, it took 33 years before I came again.
Back.
2009.
Okay.
And then it has taken 16 years again for me to be here.
I'm sure now you've seen that maybe a lot of difference from that period, 1976 to now.
Yes, I noticed. It looks like the Ghanaian energy is bubbling more now.
Wow.
Because in the 70s, I remember we'll be driving with Fela around, like around Mokola Market.
Oh, wow.
We see people queue up to enter the trotro. And we start laughing like, these people are too gentle. You know, in Nigeria,
you rush inside the trotro. Okay, so Lemmy Garioku is an illustrator. He's a painter, a designer celebrated for his iconic album cover art, among other things. We know this about you, but what goes into the album design or album art and all that you have really championed or mastered in?
For me, my inspiration comes from everyday movement of people and my environment. Africa, Nigeria is a very colorful place. So that's where I get my palette from. Okay. So then regarding designing and illustration, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, right?
Yeah.
So the challenge of the illustrator is which words to picture.
Okay.
So you have lyrics of a song, maybe hundreds of words. Now you have to compact it to an image.
Okay.
So that's the challenge. But for me, I'll dive into any production I have to work on I listen to the music. If I have the opportunity, I attend some studio sessions with the musicians because I love to feel their vibe because it's spiritual process for me. So then when I enter their zone, I'm able to relate to why that song is like that, why the lyrics or something is like that. Then if I have to illustrate, then I illustrate. But other forms could just be photographs. Those days, photographs, we do cut and paste. There was no computer. So the record label or record company will provide photographs from their photographer of the particular artist. Then I get the title of the album. Sometimes I listen to, sometimes I don't bother to listen to the music. It's just generic. But my role is to make sure I do something attractive. You know, a music is a product. So I'm helping to brand, to make a pack for the brand so that when someone enters a record shop, he gets attracted that way. And that's why my covers for Fela Kuti's music became so powerful.
Wow. But in what year did you start, or at what age did you decide that I want to do this?
It's interesting. You know, in Africa, you are born, your parents have preconceived notion about who you are supposed to be. So my dad wanted me to be a mechanical engineer, typically. So I studied sciences, technical school for a while, but arts bug was already.
So you dropped all the science and all the things you learned?
I did that, yeah. I dropped everything at the end because the art was biting me so much, and I started practicing consciously on my own. So I'm someone that is known as like the autodidact. I studied on my own. I developed my skill by myself. So I was doing that in my neighborhood. Everybody now started calling, the artist, because I was always drawing. And long story short, I had the opportunity to earn my first money from the work because I did a portrait for like a big family. So they paid me. Then people started, commissioning me to do portraits. Then I gave myself assignment a particular year that I must do one work every day. Every day.
Every day?
Yeah, throughout the year.
And this was at what age?
I was 18.
18?
Yes.
And you decided that this was
what
you were going to do?
Yes.
Okay.
So I started from January 1st, 1974. I would do one work a day. Then somebody, it was the days of Kung Fu films. Remember? Kung Fu. Kung Fu films. Yeah, so Bruce Lee's film, Enter the Dragon, was released 1973-74. So it was very popular. So someone commissioned me to do the poster painting of Bruce Lee's poster. So I did that. And he has a drink place. So he framed it and put it there. So a journalist with Sunday Punch newspapers in Nigeria came to drink and saw the poster. I said, who did this fine work? And they said, he's a small boy. So the journalist said, small boy, I want to see him.
18-year-old boy.
Yes. And meanwhile, one morning I was thinking of what to do. And my spirit just said to me, I used to play music, vinyl records when I'm working for inspiration. I was playing Fela's new album then, titled Music of Fela, Rofo Fight. So my spirit just said to me, why don't you do a cover? Do an illustration for a cover album. So I just did that for practice. So that day when the journalists decided to come and see who did that Bruce Lee poster, so he came, he wanted to see my work. So I was doing one work a day, so I had a pile already.
A lot of them.
Yes. So as he was looking through, he saw the Fela album cover that I did.
As of that time, Fela hadn't contracted you to do it?
No, not at all.
You did it on your own?
No, I didn't even dream about meeting Fela, although he was popular already. He was notorious, so everyone knew him. So but I wasn't fanzing, but it just the way, and my spirit was just guiding me that way. So he said to me that, okay, I'm going to bring a picture of Fela. I know you do portraits where you do Fela portrait. If it's nice, I will take you to meet Fela. So I wasn't even too eager about meeting Fela per se, but because I was so confident about my talent, that phrase where he said, if it's good enough, annoyed me like, bring the picture, make I show you.
Make you show you you're good enough.
Yes. And he brought the picture. And my practice paid off. I finished that portrait of Fela 24 hours. And my mom was so supportive. She gave me money to frame it. It was 18 inches by 24 inches. So the journalist came to drink the next evening. I was waiting for him. The moment I saw him coming from the road, I carried the artwork like
So you see it from afar?
Yes, I carried like a placard. So he said, you finished. The picture he gave me yesterday, framed already. So he said, I'm taking you to Fela. So I realized that he was
serious about it.
Yeah, and he took me to Fela. And that's where my destiny started.
And when you got to Fela, what did Fela say?
One, the first impression, You know, Fela was very notorious and he lived a kind of bohemian lifestyle. So I got to the place. Eventually, when I saw him, he just woke up after his siesta. So he came out and he was wearing pants and the pants was drooping.
Ooh.
So all his public was I was shaking like this. So I said, good evening, sir. He said, don't sir me, call me Fela. You know? Then he looked at the artwork and he said 2 words. It was the first time ever I had those words. I don't know if I should say that here. He said, wow, God damn it.
That's what Fela said?
Yes.
That means he was impressed with what you did.
Totally.
Was impressed with
and he offered me a check. And the amount was 4 times what I used to charge. But he didn't know how much I charged. So that really impressed me. But my spirit said no. So I gave him back the check. I said,
you didn't take the money?
No. I said, I don't want the money. That I give him from the bottom of my heart. And that just caught him. And he asked for a sheet of paper and wrote out a gate pass. Please admit bearer, any show, free of charge. Fela used to have 4 performances a week.
Okay.
Every week, 4 performances. Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So that later people told me that it took me so special to give me a gate pass to enter for all the shows. That normally he would be specific, like maybe Tuesday night. So that was how the relationship started.
So did that change your dad's mindset that I want him to be this, but he has chosen his path and he's doing great in that space?
Yes, it does. And that's why I advise anyone. It doesn't have to be a young person. It could be, age is not the problem. It's just your own perspective to life. The moment you can connect to yourself. So I used to say, know thyself. That's the first point for any human being. First, know who you are. So you can defend. And then you got to be brave to defend your own entity, your own identity, and your destiny. It's tough sometimes because, you know, the world, everything is in a matrix. Everyone they want everyone to go like a factory setting. So, but some of us just break the mold. And if we succeed, it's glorious time. So you have to make sure you succeed if you are breaking the mold. So by the time I succeeded, imagine, you know, I could pay some bills for my dad. So he changed his mind now. Normal.
Because he knows the cash they can house.
Oh, yes, no.
So when you met Fela, did it open doors for you to meet other artists?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
Other artists
Not just meeting Fela. The first opportunity came 1974, the same year, I did my first Fela cover. The album is titled Alagmo Close. It was a hit. And for the first time in Nigeria, newspaper reviews, you know, musicians bring record, you know, they will write about the music. For the first time in Nigeria, they wrote about the album cover.
Oh, wow.
So I became a star instantly.
In Nigeria?
Yes, yes.
Oh, so then, you are a star.
I'm a star now in my own field.
Yes. So, like we are saying, aside Fela, you also worked for other artists back then.
Hundreds.
So can you mention some of them for us?
Sonny Okosun, Maje Fashek, Ras Kimono, Eviedna Ogoli, Chief Stephen Osida Osadebe, Adewale Ayuba, Mike Ejeaga. How many? Even 80 Mensa of Ghana.
Oh, wow.
And the Botelo of Ghana. Miriam Makeba, Lucky Dube. I did a Bob Marley cover reissue in Nigeria, Talking Blues. The album Talking Blues, Bob Marley. Uncountable.
So, if with this album covers you did, maybe I want to ask you, over how many have you done? You've worked for all
over
these
2,000. Over 2,000 in these 51 years. And Davido's own just came out yesterday, so that's 2,000 and plus.
Davido, so that's the 5 album.
The 5 album.
The 5 album.
Yes.
Does it pay?
You have to make it pay.
Okay. How do you make it pay?
Yes, it's important. Like, you know, they say show business. So it's 2 entities, show and the business. If you know the show, you don't know the business, you just frustrate yourself. So if you are not successful, society will not respect you. So you have to know the business. You have to know how to make it work for you to earn from it. Because the universe provides everyone with a tool to survive the world. It's when we get to the world, there's a lot of misgivings, miseducation, misteachings, misdirections that make a lot of people miss their direction in life, their identity and their destiny. So they perambulate through life and they become, you know, servers for other people's destinies. So, but if you find your calling, hone the skill, build it up, practice, and also stick attentiveness. You stick to it. The moment you stick to it, people will find you there. In 1975, fella said to me, say, let me just they do your work, they go. Wow. One day, if you dey inside hole for ground, they go find you. And prophecy fulfilled. You know, it's internet age. Sometimes I get requests from Brazil, from everywhere. Okay, Davido, that's an interesting story. It's also about life and dedication to whatever you do. I have a lot of fans, and my friends, 95% of my friends are Gen Zs. You see the young lady here?
Yes. I'll soon call her.
They are Gen, and there is fire in them. But you know, Africa needs direction. Africa needs to tell its own narratives. So we, the older generation, we need to pull our younger generation together so that we pass the torch on. Fella left like 20-something years ago, but I picked the torch from him. You understand? So I became Usain Bolt in that regard. In that regard. So me too, I'm trying to pass it on. So I have Davido's creative director. I need to give him credit because when people do bad, it's easy to talk about them. When they do good, we need to say, his name is Kayode Yajua. His handle on Instagram is Black Tycoon. The young man approached me like 6 years ago. As if, you know, I get requests, follow requests and so on. And he chatted me, Uncle Lemmy, I love your work. Can I come to visit? He came, he said, I work for Davido. I said, whoa. And this, you know, these guys are loaded.
Yeah, they are loaded.
Yes. Yeah. So he's been pushing. Sometimes he said, don't worry, Uncle Lemmy, I'll get you a gig with David sometime.
Oh, wow.
We've tried like twice. It didn't work out. The 2 years back, is it 2 or 3 years now? He was working on a project and I was set to do that cover. But his son fell in the swimming pool and died. And so that disrupted a lot of things. So he went on holiday for like 9 months. You know, a creative person. So he abandoned that project. So the young man called me, Uncle Lemmy, don't worry. I said, no problem. I said, I'm not in a hurry. And lo and behold, last year, just, you know, they tour everywhere. They fly private jet to every minute, piam, like that. So they came to Lagos. The young man visited me and said, David sent me to you that it's time, that this project, you are working on it. Wow. He said, so let me call him. So he put it on video call. David was in Atlanta, in his bedroom with his twins on his chest. So I spoke to him. He said, Uncle Lemmy, I've heard a lot about you. He said, that's why I sent K to you. And they started the work. When it was ready, they sent me the whole stuff. But it's coded, passworded. I can't share with people. So I used my headphone. I kept listening and then looking at how do I go about it. My most favorite song there, I told him, me and David dance. So I'm trying to work on my Instagram post to show the world where David was receiving out to our dancing. Yeah, so
we can see the art.
Yes.
But what really went into it? You've done some sort of something on his cheeks, and we can see somebody dancing.
Is it possible to stop
to hold so that it can be stable? I think it can.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So like. I thought about David's life metaphysically and otherwise because it's destiny that is playing out for every individual that finds their way. So although this is not clear, there are 5 stars here. So I said the music is powerful. He has his audience and he's going to have a 5-star rating. By the time I listened, you know, my own review was 5-star rating. So I put 5 stars here. Then metaphysically, I put a tarot card. Yeah, that's metaphysics. So I have 5 hearts in the card because he's loved by a lot of people because he's a very generous person. So that represents that. Then when he started, typically African family, his father didn't want him to be a musician.
Lots of fathers don't want people.
Yes, but when you succeed, they will be happy.
Then they'll be chasing me.
So he worked, you know, successfully to convince his father eventually. So I said, in his life, his destiny, he sees target. So you know this target. Yeah. So that represents the way his destiny is playing out and the way he's confident to pursue what he wants to pursue. Then the title of the album is 5. And I thought of destiny. You know, I used to be a palm reader. So this is the palm and it's 5 fingers. So I drew 5 fingers here. Then I just thought, David from the baby class story, you know, he conquered Goliath. So he's a killer of champions. He's a conqueror.
Okay.
So I thought about it and I said, oh, okay. His name, D-A-V-I-D. So the fingers, I use D-A-V-I-D for David. And you know, it works well. And when I met him, I told him Akalaka. In Igbo means destiny, the marks on your hand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So can you tell me mine?
Yeah, Akalaka.
Oh, okay, Akalaka.
The palm reading.
Yeah.
I didn't practice for long, but next time.
Akalaka.
Yeah, I used to read palms. Okay, so then his music is jolly music. It's very danceable. People love it. It makes people happy.
Okay.
So I drew dancers here. I actually referenced this from one of his videos where he had a song with some South African band.
Okay.
So I drew that, you know, the dancing movement for the music. Then here, these are 5 staffs, the musical staff. But you see, I make it look like stairs going up. That's progress.
Wow.
Yeah. So then in them, I wrote one of his nicknames. I wrote baddest inside it.
Wow.
Yes. Then his hair. You see the shiny part of his hair?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually gold marker that I use. I wrote OBO.
Yeah.
Then this here background, I put his other title, 001.
Okay.
You know, his crew, the 30 BG call him 001. That's their number 1.
Okay.
So it's all here. But you know, this is not very clear because it's so everything there. Then here, this symbol, you know, the Adire is a Yoruba person.
Okay.
So this like Adire or Ashoke in Yoruba land. So that's what this one represents. You know, like Kente of Ghana.
Yeah, Kente of Ghana.
So that's what this represents. You see how the artist thinks?
Yeah.
That's not what is in the music,
Of
but
course.
that's the vibe and the energy. So when he saw it, he just freaked out. This is the part that he loved most. He said he loved this part most. And he even said, if not for his father, that would have made a tattoo like this, like Mike Tyson. Like
on
that.
his
yes.
face.
He was so excited. He said he loved this.
Wow.
So, yeah, that's basically.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yes,
you can have
yes.
a seat. So,
Okay.
so it tells us that a lot goes into it.
Yes, it does.
Is this something that comes to you naturally, or you have to sit down to study the thing before you'd be able to draw a particular thing or come out to the illustration or the art?
It's natural. It's embedded within the soul and the spirit. That's why it's good to connect. That's why I say know thyself, so that you will act naturally within your own scope as a being. We are all different.
Yeah.
So there is no need for, you know, competition. There is no equality or inferiority or, you know, superiority, because we are all unique. So uniqueness doesn't give room for competition. You don't have to say I'm better than you or you are better. I am me.
Yeah.
You are you.
Yeah.
So, but we need to know how to play me.
Wow.
How you play you. So that's why we have to be brave with ourselves, with the knowledge of ourselves, and push it. And definitely we hit our target. Yes.
Aside David, you've worked for Two-Face.
Yes. Not for Two-Face directly.
Okay.
In that case, you know Kenny's music.
Okay.
Yeah, Kenny's music was actually like the foundational hip hop related music label. It was actually Kenny's music that laid foundation for the present day Afro beats that we know, because Kenny Ogungbe and his partner D1 Dayo Adeneye set up Kenny's music, and they started promoting hip hop related music then. So Two-Face was on their label. So for those artists, I work directly with Kenny Ogungbe. And any product is ready, we will get, you know, the photographer. Sometimes I bring a photographer for them. We'll take pictures. I listen to the music. But, you know, it's not illustrative art per se that I did for that section. And it was the era of CD.
Yeah.
And you see why it's important. Any professional, you have to move with the times.
Okay.
Technology is not waiting for anybody. Okay. And if you don't move with time, you fall off. Okay. You know, I mentioned I bought my first computer 33 years ago.
Wow.
I've been using computer with my work. A lot of my contemporary has fallen off because they didn't move with the times. So when vinyl stopped production, CD came, I joined the CD train. So for 11 years also, I did the works for Kenny's music. I set up a printing business too. Okay. So I used to print all those CD jackets. If you know, in Nigeria, they sell CD in this envelope, that kind of envelope pack.
Yeah.
I was the one who created it with Kenny Ogungbe's younger brother, ID Ogungbe.
Great.
We created that idea to for the company, the original owners of the music, to compete with the pirates. Because the pirates, Kenny's music was selling CDs for 250 naira those days. Pirates would just get a copy and reproduce and sell for 100 naira in the streets.
So it was cheaper with the pirates?
Yes. So I joined the battle against piracy. I would go for meetings, and we started brainstorming, and we came up with the idea we have to eliminate the jewel case. You know that plastic case that was costing 18 naira a piece for production. So I came up with the envelope idea, which my company was printing for 3 naira. You see, so they saved 15 naira. So their prices now came down to compete with the pirates, and they were able to make more sales. So you see, it's not just the role of an artist. You have to be intelligent too. So I was deeply involved in the industry. But those things, like you said, when we are having a private chat, nobody recognizes us.
Yeah.
Look, as I explained how I helped play a role in beating down piracy, but nobody knows that.
Nobody knows that.
Yeah, I'm not just an artist drawing alone.
You also help in the music industry. Let's go back to Fela. How easy or difficult was it working with Fela? We know that he's someone who speaks up and all that, and knowing the fact that he could actually also speak against you or come up and also play a song against you. How was the working like? Working
you use the 2 words. It was easy and difficult. But I believe in predestination.
Okay.
Yes, I don't joke with destiny. The moment I met Fela, it was ordained. It was spiritually ordained. Because we had to partner. A writer in the US once said, my relationship with Fela was divine collaboration. Because, like I love to say, in the beginning was the music. The music became so powerful. It needed an accompaniment. So my art came to play that role. So it was audio, right? Now, the audio, you listen to it, you can picture things in your mind. But me, I came physically to present the visual. Nice. So it became audio-visual. And it's like radio and TV. You can't compare TV with radio. Exactly. TV has image and voice. Radio is just voice. So my role is that imagery. And it worked well. Fela loved art a lot. He had over 5 designers already before I came into the fold. But the advantage I had was I shared the ideology of Pan-Africanism with him totally. And most other people, they are not conscious. They don't think, when we are talking, we look like we are crazy. So I would sit with Fela. He had books. It was Fela that exposed me to Kwame Nkrumah.
Oh, nice.
Yes. A lot of people don't know that Kwame Nkrumah, Sagefo, wrote up to 15 books. Fela had everything, and I read
all the books.
Yes, about 15 books.
Wow.
Kwame Nkrumah. There's one that's like the Bible of Nkrumah. It's small. It's called the Anziums. So they have the quotations. That was where Fela took a quote for a song called "Fear Not for Man." Then even me, the album cover, the back of that album cover, I quoted Nkrumah. It says, "Thought without practice is empty. Practice without thought is blind." That's your Kwame Nkrumah. So Kwame Nkrumah, we venerate Kwame Nkrumah. He's in sainthood with us Pan-Africanism. Because he's the father of Pan-Africanism in Africa. He was following the footsteps of Marcus Garvey, Marcus Mosiah Garvey of Jamaica. And then Malcolm X is there. So those are the people that we venerate.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Now let's come to the contemporary space, like current space. How has it evolved from your days, which are still in the current state? How has it evolved?
Now there is no CD.
Oh yeah, so how do you do it?
Yes. So interestingly, in my meditations, I would be thinking like, this young generation, I still need to connect with them. Lo and behold, in 2019, that's 6 years ago roughly, my agent in Lagos called me and said, Fowles the bad guy? I said, yes. I follow all this. Yesterday, I think the driver who was taking me around was, it was in Tamale 2 days back. So he was playing some music. He said, so he played that song. He said, this young man, that he doesn't behave like a Ghanaian. He's too bold. He's bold like Nigerians like you. He said, do you know him? I just said, that's, what's his name now? Let's see, Black. What's his name?
Is it Blacko?
Not Blacko. The other one, this tall, slim one. He's just like 21 years old.
Is that Black Sharif?
Exactly. So I said Black Sharif.
His name is also Blacko.
Oh, it's Black. I'm getting mixed up. So I said that Black Sharif. The guy was surprised. He said, you know Black Sharif? I said, of course. So I followed.
70-year-old man.
Yes,
you know Black Sharif?
Yeah, that's why I'm still standing. Wow. I will walk till I, till I crush.
Interesting. But you're in Ghana for a purpose, right?
Yes, yes.
Share with us briefly what you're in Ghana to do.
So there is this young lady.
Yes.
Her name is Whitney.
Okay. Hold on. Whitney is here.
Yes.
Whitney's here. Whitney's here.
Yes.
Whitney, join us.
Yes.
Whitney's here for us to have a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So she brought you to Ghana.
I'm telling you.
And what exactly is she asking you to do in Ghana?
No, she just wants to babysit me and feed me. So she's my mother right now.
Oh, wow.
Yes, and feed my career also. And it's interesting because I studied metaphysics with Fela. Oh, there's a lot to Fela story. We'll talk one here. I studied metaphysics, so I know about human movements. So as I'm walking, as I'm like overconscious, sometimes I tell people consciousness is a burden in an ignorant society. So sometimes I'm wishing like, oh, I need to link up and find other women. Why? The woman is more powerful than the man.
Wow.
It's the woman that can give birth to another human being. A woman is the first nurse, philosopher, doctor, caregiver to any human being. You understand? And if you want to change a society, you have to educate the women. Malcolm X once said, educate a woman and you educate a nation. And that was what the colonialists did during slave plantation. When they started, after the physical slavery, they were thinking of strategies to indoctrinate. So it was the women, the girl slaves, that the master will invite home. The wife too will agree, even though they are saying they are practicing monogamy, and they will copulate with that. And they intentionally built the mulatto race. And the girls during slavery were the first to be shown how to read. They read the Bible, they pass it on. So when they have children, pium.
Wow.
You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
So for us to defeat that colonization, we need mental liberation. Our women need to be educated.
Yes.
Mentally, consciously. And that's the role that people like Whitney are playing. Because I can tell you, she's an old soul as she sits here. And age is just a number.
Whitney, what did you bring Uncle Lemmy to Ghana to do?
Oh, I love that he keeps talking about consciousness. And I think we share in that philosophy that for Africa to go where it needs to be, the young people need to inherit the wisdom of the older ones. There's such a gap between these two generations. And so the point was, how can I bring this legend not only to impact me, because there's a selfish part of it, I also really wanted to meet the legend, but how can he also go into cultural institutions, educational institutions, and meet young people and pass on this grey gold, this elderly wisdom to young people. That was the guiding philosophy. That was the main thing, and it birthed 7 days of gallivanting.
Every day
multi-city gallivanting. We've been to Tamale, Kumasi. We're here in Accra. We did a talk yesterday, and the next 2 days is just vibes.
You she put me on flight. I'm entering plane like trot. Pam, like 6 flights already.
Wow.
I'm telling you.
Wow.
I'm looking like, whoa.
But you're an artist also.
Yes, visual artist.
Okay,
I work corporates because Accra is hard, but I am a visual artist, yes.
Okay, and what have you learned from Uncle Lemmy's work? For which reason you want him to offload his knowledge to the public?
So Lemmy's work doesn't fit cleanly into the formal arts sector. And I think it's so beautiful because, the African art scene is bubbling right now. And what we're seeing is a lot of African artists trying to fit into existing boxes that have already been created. Right, but Lemmy doesn't do that. Lemmy was first in the music sector, and he has a 5-decade career that cannot be contested. But he doesn't fit cleanly into the formal art world either.
Wow.
So I think the beauty of having a legend like Lemmy is to have the next generation of African artists be willing to be different, to be avant-garde, to craft how Africans themselves can occupy this space in their own way. I think that's what the baton is. That's what they're handing over. He's paved a way that we can capitalize on. We don't have to start from scratch.
So you are also into albums, or what's your space? I can see some of your art being scrolled on the screen.
So I'm a data artist. Okay. I'm a nerd. So I research and I take all of that information, usually Pan-African, like social issues happening on the continent, and I visualize them. Some of the work you're seeing is about Cantamanto, for example. Some of them is about second-hand clothing markets. Some of it is about cocoa. We know what's happening. This one is about...
This one is about what?
Cocoa. It's about the cocoa sector between Europe and Africa, or Ghana specifically. And it's saying, what is that system like? To what extent is it beneficial? To what extent have we been oppressed? We know what's happening with the cocoa markets right now. We don't need to get into it too much. But it's 2 to 3 years of research that has really just been condensed into one artwork. And so that's the symmetry I saw with Lemi's work. Lemi's work was contextually focused in Nigeria in that context, talking about the politics and economic injustices that were happening at the time. So if you look at his album covers, you can pinpoint contextual, visual, images to tell you, for example, go slow, you see it there. Militia ruling, you see it there. So all of those things is data. Data, you can understand history by seeing the pictorial narrations of history. Beautiful. And it's the same thing. That's why I saw in it, and that's why I realized that there's a deeper level I need to tap into, you know? And if I have this urge, and if I recognize this, then how much are other young people losing out from not interacting with such legends?
But how did you get in touch with him?
Instagram. I'm Gen Z.
And you're also Gen Z. Because if you should know Black Hole, you are Gen Z.
Yeah, I am.
So you got in touch with him.
Summer 2022. That's when I was having my whole artist crisis. Who am I? My identity. And I reached out to him on Instagram.
Okay.
So after the conversation, time has its way of revealing destiny.
Yeah.
So as time was passing, and that's what he says about know thyself, that there was this growing urge and realization of this bigger problem and how maybe I can be a channel through which this thing can be addressed or solved. And this was supposed to happen last year, right? I was supposed to have this welcoming last year, and I was trying to go by the book and do it formally with the rules and everything. And the thing about formalities is you work on other people's timing. And so it was first week of February, I was getting frustrated. It's been too long. Yeah. And there was an urgency that I had. I don't know why, but I think I'm seeing how timely it's become. Yeah. And my mom said, why do you feel this need to do this thing when somebody else is ready?
Okay.
Just do it. Start.
Just do it.
Start, and then you've already done such things before. Get into it and see how
it will turn out to be.
It's not the first time. And that's what it was. This was all put together in less than 2 months.
Oh, beautiful. So which places have you been to ever since he came to Ghana and you're leading him?
Yes.
Which places and what has been the activities like?
Yeah, it's been beautiful. Landed in Accra. Welcome party, dinner.
Oh, really?
Yes, the drums were wrote for me. Traditional drumming, dancing.
At the airport?
No, at
the mix. The mix design having also.
Yeah, the mix.
Brilliant.
And I was so spellbound. Oh. But that was just a token. The next day, I flew to
Kumasi, KNUST.
Kumasi, Kwame Nkrumah University of The moment she mentioned that, Nkrumah is our own saint. Yeah. I said, Kwame Nkrumah University, okay, let's go. And it was a beautiful experience. Wow. We toured the whole studios, the art studios, and the students, even though they were having exams, they turned out really good. Turned out immensely. And they were immersed with my storytelling. Yeah. Because, I'm telling my stories naturally. Yeah. I'm not doing academic read one script or so. It wasn't boring at any point. And everything I talk about is truth, my reality. I wasn't hiding anything. Even some asked about how to make money from the art. Yeah. Sometimes I even needed to give an idea of I made this kind of amount to convince them, to encourage them, to inspire them to keep attitude, So we had to fly back to Accra because
we had to
fly back to Accra to now fly back to Takoradi.
Tamale.
Tamale, yeah. So we went to Tamale.
Red Clay Studios, Ibrahim Mahama's Red Clay Studios.
Had a big talk. I went to what the great, I will call him Great Ibrahim Mahama. Yeah. I saw that place,
it's a huge place.
Huge. Yeah. And that's a young person. Yes. So Africa needs to connect because it's 500 years too late. 500 years far behind. And these people are still at it. The colonialists don't want to give an inch. There's a young man, 36-year-old young man right now in Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore. He's making moves. Yeah. Already they are planning to take him out because they don't want Africa to be free. Yeah. So we need more foot soldiers, and it's mental. Yeah. It's not physical. So people like Chinoye here. Yeah. You see how she's talking? Yeah. She's 24. age is just a number. And she has not gone to Harvard.
Are we to expect any projects?
Oh, definitely. I will give my arms and limbs, to collaborate with her.
Beautiful.
So we're going to do collaborative work for a near future exhibition. Yeah. It's possible this year, maybe I can celebrate my 70th birthday.
In Ghana.
Wow.
Yeah, and it will be in Ghana.
Beautiful.
Yeah, because I love what I've experienced. Yeah. Last night was at the University of Ghana in Legon.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Beautiful.
I spoke for over 3 hours and nobody wanted to leave.
They were all there, seated.
Yes.
Waiting.
There was no drink. Not even bottle of water. And they didn't want to go.
They didn't want to go because it was interesting.
But the light helped us. The light dimmed. No light again. We started saying, oh yeah, let's go.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
They said, Whitney, don't stop him.
Wow.
Don't you dare. Yes.
I'm telling you.
So
that's beautiful.
How do you see our art industry in the near future? Like, since you are in the space and you are trying to get the legends to put off their brains to the younger generation.
African consciousness started in Ghana. Nkrumah was he gave birth to Pan-Africanism. There's this beautiful quote that he has. He says, you're not born in Africa, Africa is born in you. And that's that thing about consciousness, working on your mind. Because what you remember, your memories, understanding your history, that's what informs your confidence. And when I look at the Ghanaian art scene, I'm excited. When I went to KNUST, standing ovation. At the end of the talk, the students stood up and they clapped and they clapped. We almost cried.
I'm telling you.
If Lemmy started crying, it would have been over.
I told them, I don't want to cry here. I'll go and cry in my room.
It was, and look at the exports from KNUST. International exports. Ibrahim is always traveling, teaching outside. I reached out to him recently and I asked him, we have to go to Nairobi. We have to go somewhere in Lagos. Because we also need the information.
Interconnectivity.
Right. So that's what I'm seeing in the Ghanaian art scene. I'm seeing more collaboration, more interactivity. I'm seeing a birth of the new. I'm seeing African consciousness being infused into the works that I'm seeing being exported. Look at Rita Mawena, the umbrellas, the royal umbrella she's taking it to the West.
She's a
incredible.
Genius. I met her in University of Wisconsin when I went to do a lecture there.
Great.
So we became friends. But unfortunately, she's doing residency and in Holland right now. So, but possibly if I come back in December.
When you come back, When you come back.
When I come back.
We want to continue this conversation, but for time's sake, we have to end here. Thank you so much, Uncle Lemmy, and thank you so much,
Whitney,
for bringing a legend to Ghana to at least tell the younger generation what is in this space. Maybe you may be in the art industry, you don't really know what you do in that industry, but looking at individuals like Lemmy Garioku, you can really get motivated and go on. This is what we are bringing to you on Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. We're back with more.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, you should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut. How Zebaut there? Zebaut won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
or when it's time for Don't Call Me. Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. What's the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Minke man bi moni nya Kofi Adam no mai kami. Matwale. Man ke la ke no ya ne. Meneke. Fe won sha ko ba club me feke DJ. Ni wo hia ka wo she. Ye Yesu gba mi. Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
All the way from Cape Coast. Nipa bread. Emia minana remakano senior. No kana sen. Amam remai krado. Onipa bebresen na mani wunu. No da ledia aka onya tiefo. Eya no dia kukudro aje ahu mi ego biso. Dia chirese ewia sima yewe obema nenu medrenyo. Onipa bebresen na mani wunu. No da ledia aka onya tiefo. Eya no dia kukudro aje ahu mi ego biso. Dia chirese ewia sima yewe obema nenu medrenyo. Obibe wa mani anopa. Obibe wa mani eria. Obibe wa mani enyumere. Another science ya. Ye mi o. Oya na bravo imo. Onipe ni awuto. Esoreta ye nemu. Eguna mani o. Awmini afano sa. Yense mina na yaka abebe science ya onipa nka na semkra Bobby Solo. Achichidiensu una wana minem abere mano yentira onipa bebesene na mani wunu Not done it, dear. Uncle Tier for the way. And not take at a chair. Najaja, whom me could be so at it. And it is said, I will see Piano. Mini. Yasi Muhammad Kao. Yaja, whom me could be so at it. Na bebe science ya, na bebe science ya. Unipa kana sempra. Unipa bebe sani na mani unu. No dane dia, anka onya tiefo. Ya no dia kukudro, aji ahu miengu biso. Ya chirese. Eya sima yewe obema nenumere remakano eya sima yewe obema nenumere bema kize eya sima yewe obema nenumere erikuse eya sima obema nenumere na chipalago eya sima yewe obema nenumere Mr. Mooney eya sima yewe Aji apofi yasima yewe Obroni kerine yasima yewe Bema nenume Namitias Ebeyi Darling, look, and what I mean is time will come. I find your sweet love. Yeah, I pray that time will come. Every man shall be free. Give me that peace of love, peace of love. Of your love, so look, baby, look. And what I mean is what you think your heart, my mind will never make it. Yeah. I pray that time will come. Every man shall be free. Gives me that peace of love. Peace of love. I pray that time will come. Every man shall be free. Gives me that peace of love, peace of love. You look so nice with me by your side. So look, mommy say look. And what I mean is time will come. I find your sweet love. I pray that time will come. Every man shall be free. You look so nice
you.
Right, it's been an absolute interesting day, very, very packed and with great conversations as well. And thank you for staying with us throughout this period. And we are grateful to you who sent your messages and to those who called in. Thank you for doing Friday with us. It's time to leave you, time to say goodbye. My name is Jifa Kedi Akutu.
My name is Philip Nihelate. Many thanks for staying with us and keep watching Channel One TV.
This Friday on Footprints, we have a conversation with Kojo Bonsu, former mayor of Kumasi, who delves into his educational life, his business life, his sports life, and his political associations.
I'll never sit here and say Ganasco was better than Tabasco. Tabasco
was it.
It was it. I got a phone call. Good evening. This is the president speaking. Sir? I was dazed.
And Nana to tell you so.
President who? We're all scared of President Rawlings.
Oh,
so
yes.
He said, Kojo, I heard you're bringing this group to Ghana. We need to make people happy in Ghana. So I've given instructions to Ghana Airways. All your equipment, all the airfares and everything, government is bearing it. As for President Rawlings, make I get up for her.
Oh, wow.
I worked with Kool and the gang.
Oh.
Yes.
You copy also.
I copy American. I was working with Kool and the gang. From the onset, I followed NDC. So when I came out to advertise for President Mills, a lot of people were shocked. But how? Asantiniba, Kojo Bonsu, how?
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. and repeats every Sunday at 4 p.m. only on Channel One TV.
I'm traveling to a place that shows the terrifying power of climate change. I'm going to visit the north of my country, where hundreds of thousands of families have lost their homes in floods. Climate change driven by fossil fuel use has increased the risk of flooding across the world. I've heard oil pollution in the area is making a bad situation even worse.
The oil in the environment and in contact with the human being is a silent killer. So with this flood right now, it is a disaster.
You can see the flooding waters here. Look at the water. And look at the camp this side. The only thing that's supporting those people is this long water dive. Keep them dry and safe. I've managed to get rare access to the area to try to see what's really going on. This is part of Unity State before the floods and after. In 2019, extreme flooding began. At the flood's peak in 2022, up to 70% of Unity State was underwater. More than 700,000 people have been affected across the country. Tens of thousands moved into Bentiu camp. Today I'm meeting a village elder called Nyakuma in camp. She's agreed to show us her flooded home. Nyakuma, Male, Chaba Kamal. Tamam? Tamam. Yisim kef?
Mada, Mila Makana, Bawa, a you.
Matarakan kef umbare?
Madam Coco. Don't you got a year cut out on her year? You are ring and dwell on Gay below.
Astabar jabet hinag miten.
Oh, Banawa.
South Sudan has always had some flooding in the wet season, but it's becoming more extreme every year. It's now the end of the dry season, and the water's still here. Tamam, pilot? Nagata happy. Nyakuma. Nyakuma. Ana ما بعرف كلام تكانو ده. كيف؟ مالي مقوى. مال ما چوم چوم. I'm panicking. I'm stressed. I am yet to get used to canoe because swinging left and right. Oh, we have cows around even. The Nuer people of this area have always kept cattle, but the floods have changed everything. Anna, what's in there? Okay. في بقرة في بيت؟ في بقر؟
Hey, hello. Okay, Solia. Kapi, Pia, Naka.
Ah, Shalo Kulu. We made it, yes. Finally. This is Nyakuma's house. Mosh? Male. Sidubet. Kif. Tamam. Alhamdulillah. Without cattle and with crops underwater, food is scarce. Nyakuma and her family have no choice but to forage for food like the edible roots of water lilies.
Nyakamajo, Nyamalo Majo, Nagai Ruki, Natuk, Nyakondang, Lokamate to Jinuban. What a time Garuka in the Pada. The Ajadel Kulishalu, who might in the dam, Yanagar, the British. Yana Ajad leader. Yana. Da ikutu yana zaida yana jar ga na kullu yana jad nas ya kulchunu yana jadde yana kullu au da ma mu wala fi to wanu zaitin lakin da ma ligida mana fitish chanuda ti fitish da fi jabarda ti tallo wini di pore jene nyurir gar kolkam jinubdan ya yaga wa jinubdan woda tam garu kalna pada ضمن كده لكن ضمان بقى اصل يال صغار زي ده بلعب وفي لونجار يومي لكن يقول مويه رجع خلاص
ما في تاني
ناس بقي شنو ما في يزول بمشي مال وين ناس كله قاعد هسه بنينا فضلنا ده بناكل.
Sunday explained the background story of how they used to live here and now. Before they were really free, this space it was occupied with people, kids playing around. They practice their cultural dances and the kids even having their freedom, and also the huts, they have a space. But the water pushed them to a small spot like this, and he said they're living like a mosquito and they cannot even have their freedom because now it's more of population pressure in one space, and it had reduced even the intercommunal conflict among them. Yeah.
Sunday, Nyakuma and their daughter Nyariak invite me to join their hard-won meal.
Nyakuma, cham. Shandawa, dawa der akil fi jisim.
The flood waters harbor diseases. Nyakuma has recently recovered from malaria.
قالوا نيتو دارم شي ياكل له سمك. شغل قال كفل النيه. طلع له سمك هناك ياكل.
خلاص هنمشي نجيب سمك ده ياكل كده.
لانه نور دوري بكم. اكيد نور ما رجع طول.
با ورا فين بكم موجي. موي كو يتيام دير. انا.
قال لك اسا
كان انا باي كم. Chako riam daya bagrar che tage la chami cha ana matela kuma malwako da ko chui choi ndi de wona na penyima chwal nan kam ko yuwen chwal ba ko le jote ne baro.
It's no wonder so many have moved into Bentiu camp. It's run by the United Nations and houses 140,000 people displaced by war and now by climate change. But life here is hard too and requires cash. And it's a constant battle to earn it. I meet Nyaida, who has recently spent all her savings to set up a tea shop.
Okay.
Asenda kam kababi.
Baida. Something like a sip. I took one to ladder. But what about them? They are with Iran.
Oh. Magatamil bukhur? It's like a scent. It makes the place smells better because, you know, water is everywhere and the mud had a smell, so it's really healthy. You will not smell every time the sticky or stinky smell of the mud. It smells good. مويه ما نشوف في نار هناك ده مويه في براد ده بيجا بس water it's really hard to get here despite people living in the flooding waters like for Nyaida now she's filling a small barrel at $1 it's almost 3,000 South Sudanese pounds. It's crazy.
Nyaida has to support her family of 7 children alone. But she has another way to earn cash. Charcoal.
خلاص كده
It's an essential for camp life and it's been harder to get because of the floods.
It's okay. ما عندي ما هي معك.
She earns a little profit from selling this charcoal to her neighbors. Okay. With money running low, Nyaida needs to get more charcoal to sell. She'll have to travel across the floodplains to gather wood and make charcoal.
Jenan la ko mo ko ro kana man ga len jen ye kan jini chan kel mo ga ro dit baro dang baro lon kan la ka
It's an 8-hour walk to the forest. There is fighting in the region, and she is leaving her kids for a week. It's a dangerous journey. The floods have hit our country when we are very vulnerable. South Sudan was founded only 13 years ago. After decades of civil war, we hoped for peace, but fighting continues in many areas. The nation's poor, and the government depends almost entirely on oil for income. The country's oil fields, including in Unity State, can produce crude oil worth approximately 9 million pounds sterling a day. The BBC has spoken to David Bojo-Leju, formerly a senior engineer for GPOC, an oil consortium in Unity State.
I got a job with the Greater Pioneer Operating Company, GPOC, as construction supervisor in the 5 fields of Unity State. Nothing can go without us knowing in the oil field.
GPOC runs the Unity State oil field. It's a joint venture between Malaysian, Indian, and Chinese oil companies, with South Sudan's government owning 5%. David alleges that GPOC mismanages facilities, polluting the environment. He shared videos he recorded when he worked there.
I was employed into an environment where there is an existing pollution. I had witnessed wells spilling out. Oil spill is a recurring situation.
Wait, stop. This is the reference point.
He says GPOC's infrastructure is old and unsafe.
Oil spills from the wells itself, wellheads. Oil spills from wells connecting other pipe connecting other wells. Oil spills from the main export pipeline that had happened in a big quantity in 2019 and 2020.
Lot of oil all over still. This oil exists for over 4 months still. It's an area near drinking sources for the community around. Been cultivating that side and all over that side of the road.
David left GPOC in 2020 after 8 years. He says the pollution he saw was never cleared up and is more dangerous now than ever.
So with this flood right now, it is a disaster. The whole of that contaminated soil with the hydrocarbon is going to be flooded all over Unity State. I feel the effect of the oil in the environment and in contact with the human being is a silent killer.
To find out more about the impact of the oil pollution on communities, I'm on my way to Roriak a settlement 20 kilometers north of Bentiu and right in the heart of the oil fields.
Armala. You're Yananda Oruna Yana Kura.
Chief Chilhokpot leads a community of herders. They were displaced by fighting, and so the government assigned them this area to live and graze their cattle. They tell me they fear pollution from the nearby wells is making their cattle sick.
ده 200 ده السنة ده ولا السنة اللي فاتت؟
السنة اللي فاتت في السنة اللي
كم بقر
في أيام الخريف
كم بقر؟
لكن يكون فضل كمتة.
Wow.
Over 117,000 cows have died in Unity State in the last 2 years, according to the state's Minister of Agriculture, who blames it on flooding and oil pollution. He called on central government to investigate.
أنا زاري ما عندي الشركة ده لو قلنا ياك أنا بقرينا موت لكن كلي سعني ما بساعدك ما بساعدك
هل عندكم أبقار مثلا ولد بقرة شكله شين؟
بعض مرات يبقى شين بعض مرات يكون كويس
لكن اللي بيكون بيجي ما عنده راس بيكون بيجي ما عنده قراع بيكون بيجي صغير ده
What of the cattle that roam around the oil field drinking water in those sources? Where do we see the end result of hydrocarbon?
This is a contaminated water with the oil, and you see the color. This water is covering kilometers of areas.
David thinks that livestock and people in the Roriak area are likely to be affected by the oil spills he saw, which may have seeped into the groundwater.
The water table is contaminated. If a sample of water is to be measured in several boreholes in Unity State, definitely majority of the borehole have unclean water. It's because the environment is polluted. Some of the oil chemicals seeped down. It is carried by the water, the flood, and others seep down into the ground.
This is the untold, unexposed environmental damage.
David says there is another factor polluting the area. Wastewater from oil production that wasn't properly treated.
Environmental pollutions come from oil spill in the environment, and then they produce water in the field production facilities. Oil is separated from water. Oil goes to the storage tank. The water separated has to be pumped back to the environment. These are the ponds. Water is received here. This water come and there are different sections of the ponds. Every day in our morning meeting in Jipok, there are reports of high content of oil in the produced water, which is not in conformity to international standard. And this water is injected back to the environment. The question is, where does water flow? Up to the people, up to the river, up to the water source where people drink, up to ponds where people catch fish, up to ponds where people swim. Who knows the amount of hydrocarbon in those water?
While Nyaida is away in the forest, her kids, Nyasheng and Mamuch, have to take on new responsibilities.
منى علمك تقشر سمك بس بتقعد تشوفي السوق؟ وهقوله طوالي بس عشان زمنه. هاي اقعد كده بهنا خلاص. يلا وروني بعد سمك ده ينجد منى جاي يخطو في نار.
Con bao đường thâu bao rồi. Waru. أول ساحل. عشان بق كم ناسات.
قولوا هاي ده ساحل خلي وريني صعب في شنو صعب في بيت هنا شنو بعمل.
هذا بنقول كثير البرميل لما في مصري.
مشتاقين لماما ولا لا؟
قال لنا ديرنا نوم مع أمي.
Nyaida has arrived in the forest, which is near Roriak. Friends and relatives have joined them to help.
Itu kam kira?
Wow. Nyaida tells me that before the floods, there wasn't the need for these long trips away from home.
ما ممكن ناس عايشين ببقر وكلام يادو ناس بخرج بيدين وكن مو اجا اجاب ناس انه ناس كتير قطع كشب وعمل كيف ده ما عشان محل في يدينا ناس كلهم فات ماتوا
هسه شايل هم شنو؟ انت قاعد تفكر في شناسي؟
فكر بالعيال بتاعه عيال قاعدين في البيت عندي عيال لكن الثلاث يوم ده بيعمل لنا مشكلة شديد ثاني عيال قاعدين ساكت فكر شديد
مش تخليت حاجة مع عيال هناك؟
حاجة جاي لكن كلام قروي صعب عشان الدنيا ده داير قروش طوال
They light a fire in this structure to turn the wood to charcoal. The process takes days, and they can't go home until it's done. Meanwhile, they'll camp here, but it's near Roriak's oil fields, and they can't find clean water.
وما في شنو عشان يكون نظيف تياو
ايه اللي يعمل كده افتحه
وصلنا شانو لو شربت بطن بتاعه ما بيغو وجع
I had to see the chief of Roriak again. He tells me the families moved here by the government can't get clean water either.
Asi moy fi bejay? Moy da nadif?
ما نزيف تريدين وثاقه وين ما تاخذ سنه تك جاز تك كم قال
I meet more families living near the oil facilities.
يلا قعدت هنا جنبي محل تا كيميكال ده ما صعب محل ده.
The mothers say they want to stay here because there is a school nearby.
Ariya ga ni non ko ngwa ni ti. Wo guri ga du bo kornal ka dong bod wala lo ngru.
Wow.
Nang ka wa ka bang ni.
وين جمع كان
هل أفكار كتير قبل في راسك أنت خايف كلام مويه ده؟
Ngai ka ji ka tele manga ko pidi ji kan ngai ko ji ka ko lew ko. Ta kel. Mo na kel ken. Me yu ma yu du be de.
جوها أنت خايف؟
Dol ko. Dol ko. Ti yi no ko. Wonna gwam ta ko ti no gwam ji yu du no ne ko ne di choj ko.
نه تيني كتابانين وانا ما تين لازم كمانو رديت كمانو تيني مانو رد كو ده ران تهجر جيله لوك كو ما تقول نفيد جيا
A German NGO, Sign of Hope, conducted 2 peer-reviewed studies of communities living near oil fields in Unity State. They found high sulfate content in the water and heavy metals in human hair samples. These are indicators of oil pollution and could increase the risk of birth defects. The NGO told the BBC that government officials said their work went against government interests. Under pressure, they withdrew their staff because of security concerns. Off camera, someone shows me a picture of a baby with birth defects who died here. Someone shows me a picture of a baby with birth defects who died here.
كلام ده صعب يا سلطان. كلام ده صعب. دارين نعرف كلام عيال البلدون براس فاتح.
What the chief tells me about the birth defects is really worrying. And I need to find out more. So I go to visit the hospital in Bentiu.
Edward.
The doctor takes me to meet a mother and her newborn baby.
Ya udah. Ke ngundi na? Ikan di lawalin. Alas. Ata lingi di ngong long. Ti garme na. Ta ngong tin long. Choko taban. Mai usaran.
Đó ngon chứ cái vậy chẳng mấy người trời mấy chồng đi ông cái vậy chẳng.
Those people they have oil in the area. That's a place called Mal. Those people are exposed also to oil like polish. Okay.
The hospital doesn't have the facilities to do genetic tests, and it's rarely possible to know for certain the cause of any genetic abnormality in a child. But the doctor thinks pollution might be a factor.
This is what come due to problem of oil. Okay, or they used to rupture, this pipeline used to rupture, and those people have no access to clean water. They just drink from the river, where the river water and oil are mixed. That might be the problem.
Outside the ward, the doctor tells me he has seen many similar cases.
Like in Bantiu and Ruin, people are suffering. People born with no limb. People born with small head. Yes, microcephaly. Sometimes hydrocephalus. Yes. There are many. Sometimes a child will be born like this, will take only 1 day, will die. Another one will take 1 month, another one will take 1 year. Our environment is polluted by oil. Okay. The water must mix with the oil. If this water are not treated well, they will cause also abnormality, genetical abnormality. Okay.
He tells me he's been trying to keep track of cases of babies born with birth defects. He wants the government to keep a proper register of babies with genetic problems and investigate the causes.
What pains me much is the local that stay around, the effect that the community complain about their birth defects.
Hundreds of thousands of barrels got spilled in this area.
David says he challenged his managers.
In a meeting, I was able to speak. Why don't we clean the environment? Why do we take soil from a location which is polluted and then we take to another locations to hide it?
But he says they didn't try to clean up the oil-polluted soil, merely told him to contain and hide the problem.
A lot has to be done. Contaminated soil with the pure oil. They are black, as you see, is totally black. Because it is connected at the roadside, the company say we have to take away because it's giving a very bad image to the company. So this soil, huge mountain of soil here, were transported and put here, hidden here in this location. There is no treatment plan for soil. There's nothing called treating soil in Unity State. No.
Many people do not know what is happening here.
David says when the extreme rainfall started in 2019, they tried and failed to keep the pollution from getting into the flood water.
Because it was so huge, it's taking months and months. We had to produce a dike, just some heap of soil, but it was not enough to withstand the volume of water. And now the question, here is a flooding. Where will this soil be swept? Where will it end? The whole area is watery, and this soil mixes with the water. The hydrocarbons seep to the water, and this water is spreaded all over Unity.
In Bentiu, Nyaid is still not home. She's trapped in the forest by fighting in the area.
Wala konien guten. Amtel ko bien de gel ko kon. Bien ba kala ken bango ponda bus. Saka tel ko tabun mala kana bien ko. Wana war tel ko war ke del ni. Tel chak de ker de. De full ker ya da ma. Ne tai dar ma ne bo. Dia ni ne bag nan te dong yi to bag ne ko.
I've learned village elder Nyakuma and her family have had to leave their village to stay in her brother's hut near the camp.
Hey. جسم كيف؟ تمام؟ شغال شنو الليلة؟
ولا شغال بس
هوش؟
تراب وشغال هوش. يعني نفس الموضوع.
Okay.
They've come because Nyakuma is sick. They suspect her malaria is back.
Nyakuma, صباح الخير. كيف؟
مالي
تمام. جسم كيف؟ جسم كيف؟
جسم يعني أنا جاي فأنا ورو لا تريم ده
ده شنو؟ انت جا في جوا مويه؟
دي
عشان كده قاعد تكون عيان.
واتيام نيل وانا
أسي جسم سخن ولا بارد؟
بارد.
ما في ملاية تغطي؟ It's terrible outside. It's quite terrible. I ran to my container. My mind is still busy about people outside there. How are they managing, especially Nyakuma? She's been sick and the rain is just really, really strong. At least the container is keeping me safe. But thousands of displaced persons outside there, they're just stuck under their poor shelter. And the water level also it's rising. Coming all the way this side, interacting with the people, especially women and children, it's a different world. It's catastrophic. This is enough. It's a torture. Sometimes you ignore your emotions just to take the message outside, to show the reality. Because it's enough emotion, torture, what I'm seeing around here, yeah.
David and his family have been forced into exile in Sweden. In 2020, David shared his evidence of pollution with South Sudanese lawyers who wanted to take legal action over oil pollution in Unity State.
I was contacted by someone who was preparing to sue the government because of these environmental pollutions, because of the pain that I have for a long period of time and what I see happening in the oil field affecting the people and the environment. I had to come in to provide the evidence to the court. I was not against the government, so I was sure I would be protected as a witness. But one day, a flight was sent when I was in the oil field in Unity State. Without my notice, a security personnel who is also working in the oil field told me, pick your bag, you asked to go to Juba. The government needs me to answer questions about the oil case. The security personnel who were near me hit my head with the pistol and forced me to sign this document without saying anything.
The lawyers have not pursued the case for pollution against the government.
Killings is not something new in South Sudan. It is daily. Do you think it would be very difficult for me to be disappeared? My life can easily be disappeared. The government feel anyone talk about the oil is touching the heart of the government. I had to seek for asylum, and I was given an asylum to Sweden. My spirit all is tied back home, and I miss it so much. In South Sudan, we really cultivate on our natural soil. And we feel, when we do this, we feel connected back home. Planting is in my blood.
Nyakuma has recovered from her bout of malaria.
Pal ne yil no garar yer pala all akan yen kon ti lar ko ti lal ka ai kiazna ba gorba ba le kon.
She's determined to go home as soon as she's strong enough.
Tapur bo pur bel wo pin wo ko wo piu to wo fin rona bi pitwa bina wara ba yang na ra ba yang lo gurbo mo to ka yang mo do ko bina yang mo je ka wo ti yang.
Nyaida and the others managed to hitch a ride out of the forest and bring their charcoal home safely.
Welcome.
خمسة شوال بيجيب لك كم؟ After the 6 days Nyaida spent away, 5 pounds sterling for the charcoal is barely enough to cover her rent. But she's finally reunited with her kids.
When you been young, right here, oh, you got to be here. Got to be over here, you have been you go young. Yeah. When you been young, right here, over here, you have been.
Families I've met are in a better way, but I'm very concerned by the risks they face from the environment, which are only getting worse. I'm back to Juba. The next plan is to meet the first Deputy Speaker for the Council of Estates, Honorable Mary Ayen. She will tell me more about the facts that are happening in the northern part of the country. Mary Ayen is a senior politician from the ruling party, from an oil-producing area. She's been raising concerns about children with birth defects with central government and thinks there could be many more cases.
I've seen myself, my own relatives, giving birth to children born with deformities. I know that also in most of the villages, it's only areas that are around hospital where those cases are reported, but most cases are not reported.
You have any evidence, photos you can share with us?
We have reports from hospital. I have many photos. So yes, there are evidences. This is one child. This is the other one. They are twins. So they were born in Pariang Hospital. Actually, that was last April. There are so many cases, but this year, all of them died except this one. This child is still alive. It was born in Pamir, in Jamjang, Ruwe.
Mary says after mounting pressure, the government launched an environmental audit last year.
So samples from the human blood, from their hair, from soil, from water were taken and sent to laboratories. And when it was launched, the government declared that the results will come out in 90 days. And I think that was last September.
In August 2024, Petronas, part of the JIPOC Oil Consortium in Unity State, announced it was pulling out of South Sudan. The government is blocking it from selling its assets, saying they are legally obliged to pay for an environmental cleanup first. Meanwhile, the government still has not released any environmental audits of the area.
The government had said they will produce an audit report in 1 year. Where has the 1 year ended? Why are they delaying in publishing the audit report? Why? And time will come, all these wells will dry off. Chinese will leave, Indian will leave, Petronas has left. What have they left with South Sudanese now? A cry. Money come, money go, but life is more precious. The environment will never come and go again. The environment is there permanent. We have ice cream here in Sweden. Yeah, ice cream is part of life, I think, so here.
David and his family say they are happy in Sweden, but they are homesick.
My life is connected back home to our environment, our people, our culture, our moral values. That is the basic part of my life. And I think I miss it greatly, and I hope to get connected back home.
I feel like the situation in Unity State is a nightmare I can't forget. An environmental crisis of climate change and pollution. The people there don't have real information. The government hasn't yet released an environmental audit. There is no register of birth defects. They are left with so many questions, but no answers, and nowhere else to go.
Yeah, Nabahalia, Nabahalia, Balila Dama, and Ling has to be Cassie. Kahasi Dama, a beche another Mombesia, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, oh, oh, Male, 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 Nabalia, Malena, oh, Domo, Anekasi, Abe Hanso, Obe Cantona, Nabalia, Malena, oh, Domo, Anekasi, Abe Hanso, Obe Cantona, war, war, nothing but destruction. I say war, 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 nothing but destruction. Yeah. Matalil na pulong, ako ju apaka, akama we domo, dakika chepulo. Matalil na pulong, ako ju apaka, akama we domo, dakika chepulo. Na bale unko bale ya maya sisinwo. Na bale unko bale ya maya sisinwo. Akando mongweling ankepe domontia. Ablo ya keregira, ablo ya keregira, ablo ya keregira. Whoa, whoa. Matale na pulo, akoju apaka. Akama we domo, dakika chepulo. Nabalia malena jo, oh domo. Anekasi abe hanso, obe cantona. Nabalia malena jo, oh domo. Anekasi abe hanso, obe cantona. Nabalia malena jo, oh domo. Anekasi abe hanso, obe cantona. Nabalia malena jo, oh domo. Anekasi abe hanso, obe cantona. War, war, nothing but destruction. I say war, 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 nothing but destruction. I say war, 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 nothing but destruction. I say war, 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 nothing but destruction. Nabalia malena jo, domo. Anekasi abe hanso, obe cantona. Nabalia malena jo, domo. Anekasi abe hanso, obe cantona. Nabalia malena jo, domo. Anekasi abe hanso, obe cantona. Nabalia malena jo, domo. Anekasi abe hanso, obe cantona. Hanso, obe cantona.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
No one ball, what back? You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, you should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut. How Zebaut there? Zebaut won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play,
He's not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Moria picky, a picky.
Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Me ke man bi mo no Kofi Adam no my kami. Matwale. Man ke la ke no ya ne. Mene. Fe mo sha ko ba club me fe ke DJ. Ni wo hia ka wo hye. Ye Yesu gba mi. Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
This Friday on Footprints, we have a conversation with Kojo Bonsu, former mayor of Kumasi, who delves into his educational life, his business life, his sports life, and his political associations.
I'll never sit here and say Ganasco was better than Tabasco. Tabasco
was it.
It was it. I got a phone call. Good evening. This is the president speaking. Sir? I was dazed.
And Nana to tell you so.
President who? We're all scared of President Rawlings.
Oh,
so
yes.
He said, Kojo, I heard you're bringing this group to Ghana. We need to make people happy in Ghana. So I've given instructions to Ghana Airways. All your equipment, all the airfares and everything, government is bearing it. As for President Rawlings, make I get up for her.
Oh, wow.
I worked with Kool and the gang.
Oh.
Yes.
You copy also.
I copy American. I was working with Kool and the gang. From the onset, I followed NDC. Mm-hmm. So when I came out to advertise for President Mills, a lot of people were shocked. But how? Asantiniba, Kojo Bonsu, how?
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. and repeats every Sunday at 4 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Hello and welcome to Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. I am Inu Safo. Coming up, Overlord of Dagbon intervenes. An ongoing strike by doctors of Tamale Teaching Hospital. Also coming up, NPP and other political parties to protest CJ suspension on May 5. Coming up in business, World Bank slashes Ghana's growth projection to 3.9%. And later in sports, Ghana Olympic Committee to elect new leaders on April 26th. Details of our stories now. A coalition of political parties has announced plans to embark on a demonstration against government on May 5 over the suspension of Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu. The group, led by the New Patriotic Party, includes the Ghana Union Movement, Liberal Party of Ghana, National Democratic Party, and the People's National Party, and other political parties. They have vowed to strongly oppose and protest the use of political power to alter the laws, emphasizing the need to protect the country's democratic institutions. Let's get more on this from the NPP, and we're joined over Zoom by the NPP's Director of Communications, Richard Ahiagba. Thanks for joining us, Richard. Tell us more on the reasoning behind this demonstration.
Well, thank you very much. I think our reason for demonstrating is clear, and as indicated in the notice that was issued by these 5 political parties. The idea for us is to demonstrate to the government that we are unhappy that we will not let this attempt by the government led by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama undermine the sanctity of our institutions, particularly the judiciary. We will not let that pass unquestioned. And so we're inviting Ghanaians to join us to demonstrate to the government that our democracy matters to us and we want to preserve it. And therefore, the president should leave our institutions to work in the independence guaranteed them and in the Constitution. So that's really what we're out there to do, to let the government understand that we're unhappy about the politically motivated attempt to undermine the judiciary by removing the Chief Justice from office for reasons that we believe do not merit the action he's taking.
You also mentioned that the suspension mirrors a disturbing trend of judicial interference allegedly orchestrated by the NDC, and you referenced a 2010 plot that you say was in focus to remove CJ Georgina Wood, and you say history is being repeated?
The former Chief Justice, Madam or Justice Georgina Wood, herself made references to that there was tremendous pressure on her, tremendous pressure to push her out of office. And here we are, some years later, again the NDC seeking to push out another female justice. And I'm not sure if you look at it, perhaps not enough to form a trend, but it seems to me that the NDC has a thing against female justices, chief justices of our country. But larger picture for us is the idea that the Chief Justice will be removed for no justifiable reason whatsoever. And that for us is a concern. And if you pick that to be a trend, then that actually aggravates the situation and gives us reasonable basis not to sit idly by, but to act and act forcefully to let this NDC government understand that our political institutions will not be undermined, at least not when we can do something about it.
Right. One of the reasons you're also, you're also claiming that there are similar attempts to oust the EC and her deputies, allowing the NDC to capture the arms of government.
Clearly, you can see that. You see that the president received a petition, right, way back in January, for petitioning him to trigger a process to remove the EC commissioners. But he hasn't acted on those petitions. They're sitting in his office as you and I speak, way before he received petitions, which I believe were contrived petitions to remove the CJ. Why is he acting on the CJ? The only plausible basis for him to act on this one before the EC, which I think will be the next one up, is because he feels that the reasons are so flimsy, the reasons are so political that this Chief Justice will not act on them. And you know the removal of the EC rests with the CJ. CJ then has to take up that process. So he feels that he wants to then remove, the president wants to remove the CJ by triggering 146.6 to remove the CJ, then comes back and hand the EC removal to a CJ that he will appoint, who will be more pliant and desirous to do his bidding than the CJ in office. So really, the reasons that have been put forth to remove the Chief Justice currently, Madam Justice Gertrude Tokono, are, for want of a better word, completely unnecessary. They are unmeritorious reasons for which anyone should want to aim at the judiciary of our country. And I think that the NDC must be served notice that what they are doing, other political parties, and more so the New Patriotic Party, is capable of doing that. But the idea is that when it comes to our democracy, nobody should be allowed the right to undermine it in the manner the NDC is trying to do.
All right, Mr. Ahegba, briefly before I let you go, where will this demonstration take place, and what's the format or routes for it?
We know at this minute there are subsequent meetings to iron out the details. We're meeting later this afternoon, but then we know firmly it will be on the 5th and the other details will be ironed out and discussed or shared with you in due course.
Thank you very much for that. We're also joined by the NDC's Deputy Director of Elections and IT, Dr. Sofotanko Rashid Computer, on what he makes of this intended demonstration by other political parties. Many thanks for joining us, Mr. Tanko Computer.
Very well. Let me say good afternoon to your cherished viewers and you yourself.
Mr. Tanko Computer, many thanks for joining us. What are your initial comments? I'm sure you heard Richard Ahiagba speak on the reasons for their demonstration. What are your comments to that?
Very well. Let's face it, and I'm going to be blunt. The hypocrisy of MPP, it knows no boundary. They shouldn't think that they are the only educated people in Ghana and that we think we have short memories in this country. Don't forget, we brought the Constitution into full force in 1992 when their forebears boycotted the processes. So they cannot know the Constitution more than we do. The same Constitution they use. And they are the first political party, the ruling party, MPP, to bastardize an independent body, a creation of the Constitution. I'm talking of the Electoral Commission. The first political party to do that since 1992. No political party, worth of its soul, attacked an independent body like that. And to the extent they just came out with a Trump charges, procurement breaches. Today, if we are to use the same benchmark, procurement breaches, in fact, a lot of people will lose their job in this country. That Trump charges they use. And don't forget, they attacked two ladies, Charlotte Osei and Madame Amankwa. They were ladies. Charlotte was the electoral commissioner. Madame Amankwa was a deputy electoral. These are two fine ladies. They attacked them vigorously and caught them out. That's what I'm saying. They are hypocrites. And they say it's not a coalition of political parties. This is an MPP apparatchiks. We know them. We defeated the combined force of all these people we are talking in the last election. I was always with them at IPAC, and I know what they are. They are not political parties. They are surrogates of MPP. Let's describe it as an MPP demonstration. The MPP is doing demonstration because they know what you and I don't know. And that is why you are not pushing them to let us know. Who appointed the Chief Justice? Was it not the MPP government? Was it not Nanado who appointed it? So was he a blind Chief Justice? Is that what they are talking about? When she came to the bench, her seniors were there. So they are now telling us that they knew why they brought her to the bench in 2019 and quickly leapfrogged her to be a Chief Justice. Is that what they want Ghanaians to see? We're not bothered with their demonstration. It's their constitutional right to go on demonstration. That's their constitutional right. Nobody is bothered. Nobody is worried. The same rights that they have in the Constitution is the right the president has exercised. The chief executive of the state, he has exercised the same right that the Constitution enjoined him to do, and he has done it perfectly. He has not sidestepped the Constitution. He didn't use any capricious powers to ask the Chief Justice to step aside. Go and read Article 146. What are they talking about? Are they the only lawyers in Ghana? Or they are the only people who have been to school? They should stop that kind of hypocrisy. And look, and let us tell them, this suspension, we are strongly standing by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the president, as a political party. In fact, the NDC is strongly behind the government of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on this decision. And we will not allow anybody to undermine the authority of the president. We won't. We are not going to blink an eye on it.
So the NDC is not fazed by this? The NDC is not fazed by this demonstration and the allegations that you intend to capture all arms of government?
I'm saying that we are standing by the president's decision to suspend because the president is using the right procedure. He has not sidestepped any of the clauses or articles in the Constitution. He has not violated any. But don't forget, we have a former president who is now sitting there, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, whom the Supreme Court cited for having violated the Constitution in the removal of Domelevu. What's come of it? What did they do? These people who are now jumping all over the place and making noise and disturbing everybody's ears. When the Supreme Court cited him for doing that kind of illegality, where were they? Where were their legal luminaries? Hypocrites. These are the things we are not telling Ghanaians in their face, and we're having problems like this. What has the president done? Has the president sacked the Chief Justice? No. The president just asked the Chief Justice, step aside, suspended, let go through the process. A committee has before, go and face them. Exonerate yourself through that. And then they are jumping around as if something has happened terrible in this country. It's their right to go on demonstration. The NDC is not stopping anybody from going on demonstration. It's their constitutional right, we respect it. But they should also respect the constitutional right of the president for having taken this procedure, and that they should tell us which part of the constitution has been violated. Which part? When the lady Chief Justice wrote back to the president and the Council of State, indicating her responses. Is it not true that they got that prima facie case against her and asked her to go and answer charges? What have we done wrong? What has the president done wrong?
Right. Mr. Computer, I'm very grateful for your time. Thank you for speaking to us. We'll come back to you as and when the need arises. But let's do some other stories now. The Parliamentary Select Committee on Health has assured that construction of the new Eastern Regional Hospital at Akwadum will be completed under President John Mahama's administration. The project started in July 2020 under the Akufo-Addo government has stalled despite a 36-month completion target. Speaking to the media, committee member and MP for Garu, Thomas Anaba, reaffirms the president's commitment to finishing the facility to enhance healthcare delivery in the region.
I think they've done a lot of good things. Equipment-wise, very well. They are doing very well. However, they are still requesting for more staffing, which will definitely add it to our recommendation. They're also requesting for some types of equipment that are very capital intensive, but they have the capacity to use them to minimize referrals to Accra and Kumasi, especially oncological services, cardiac services, MRIs, and the rest. We'll try to make sure we add them to our recommendations to Parliament for onward submission to the minister to see how they can help them get this. If that is done, the hospital will have a serious facelift in terms of resources and can provide more complex services to patients to reduce the discomfort they incur by traveling to Accra, Kumasi for some of those services. All in all, I would say the hospital is doing very well, and we encourage them to keep the good work they are doing. They have requested fundamentally and most importantly the completion of the Eastern Regional New Hospital so that they'll be able to move to get enough space to do most of the things that they want to do. So far, they have even partners with foreign hospitals to be able to provide services here. If we have a new hospital for them, I think they will do a better job and they will save more lives than we expect.
Let's go to the northern region because the overlord of Dagbon, Yana Abukari II, has dispatched a high-level delegation to the Tamale Teaching Hospital in a bid to mediate the ongoing strike declared by the hospital's doctors, led by Zangbaluna Dr. Yakubu II, chief of the Zangbalun traditional area. The delegation met with both the hospital's management and representatives of the Doctors Association of Tamale Teaching Hospital. In a message delivered on his behalf, the Yana acknowledged the dedication of the doctors but appealed to them to consider resuming work, particularly emergency, walk-in and specialist services to help save lives. He also expressed his willingness to facilitate dialogue between the Ministry of Health and the doctors to find a lasting resolution to the impasse.
However, we implore you to consider the lives that hang in the balance. The cessation of emergency services has far-reaching consequences, and we fear for the well-being of those who cannot afford to wait. We appeal to your professionalism, compassion, and commitment to the Hippocratic Oath. Your dedication to saving lives is what brought you to this noble profession. We urge you, on the interim, to find a way to ensure the continuity of essential emergency services. We are willing to facilitate a meeting between your representatives and the minister to discuss the way forward. Our goal is to ensure that the hospital continues to provide quality healthcare services to the people of Dagbon and beyond. As my children and grandchildren, I urge you to consider the bigger picture and the impact of the strike on the community, a community that you and your families reside in. Let us work together to find a solution that prioritizes patient care and addresses your concerns.
Our Northern Regional Correspondent Shawana Yusuf joins us via Zoom with more. Shawana, the appeal by the Yana is very timely. Do you believe that you're there at the hospital currently? Are the doctors back to work?
Thank you so much. And no, currently, as we speak, the doctors are not back. I can confirm that they are in a closed-door meeting with the high delegation that came from the Overlord's Palace. So currently, the meeting is ongoing, and everybody is hoping that by close of day, there should be a positive feedback coming from the Doctor Association.
Describe the hospital to us. Since doctors are not back, have patients heard about the strike, and are they still coming to the hospital to seek medical care?
Okay, so unlike yesterday, today the OPD, the consulting area, the emergency area is receiving very limited people coming in to seek medical attention. Yesterday, our visit to the OPD, to the specialist consulting area, showed that a lot of people trooped in without even knowing that there was any industrial action here at the Tamale Teaching Hospital. So the crowds that were recorded, or the crowd that was recorded yesterday, is not the same today. Today, we have a lot of empty spaces here at OPD, at the consulting area, unlike yesterday. So what it signals is that a lot of people have picked up the signal that there is an ongoing industrial action following the numerous media reports ongoing about the situation. So the numbers trooping in today has reduced drastically.
I wanted to find out quickly, if the doctors are on strike, what about the nurses? Can't they attend to simple cases like injections or patching up wounds?
What I'm picking, and from what I understand since yesterday, is that most of the nurses are doing their best to fill up the gap that has been left by the industrial action by the doctors, but they can't do much. Though they work hand in hand with the doctors, but there are some limitations to the work of the nurse, but they are doing all they can. Those who come in with very critical cases, I mean, if they can attend to them, they do. But those they are able to let them go to other places to seek medical attention to, they advise them to go to other facilities. But this afternoon, I met someone who came all the way from the Savannah region, a Pulo for that matter. We call them Fulani. I hear they've been referred from that place to the Tamale Teaching Hospital. And unfortunately, because of the industrial action, they are still seated outside. They are not able to access the facility whatsoever because there is no doctor to give all these particular diagnoses that they have to go to this place or they have to be admitted whatsoever. So they are still waiting outside, hoping that before close of day, there'll be a positive news and they get to see a doctor and probably be admitted and taking care of their sicknesses.
All right, thank you very much, Shawana. And do keep your eye on that meeting for us. We'll follow up in subsequent bulletins. Well, you're still watching Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. I am Inu Safo. Still to come, Minister for Education established committee to develop modalities for promoting eligible deputy directors of education. We'll tell you more shortly. Do stay.
So much love in the air. What are we looking at?
Thank you guys for joining us for this unforgettable night.
Paw Patrol is on a roll.
It's Max Verstappen in the lead. The megastar is here. Absolutely sensational.
Let's go!
Just taking a trip down memory lane.
Get unbelievable entertainment that is unbelievably easy to own. Get and stay connected to DSTV.
You're welcome back. Let's do some more stories. The Minister for Education has established a committee to develop modalities for promoting eligible deputy directors of education and implementing the government's professional teacher licensing examinations. According to the minister, the committee's formation is essential for addressing issues related to the promotion of eligible deputy directors to director positions, teacher licensing, and other associated matters. Speaking at the committee's inauguration in Accra, the Minister for Education, Haruna Idrisu, tasked the committee with, among other responsibilities, providing a roadmap for the immediate promotion of all eligible deputy directors of education.
Of the teachers are complaining, especially about matters relating to their promotion, especially in the ladder of deputy director to director. Arguably, if you got to director, the understanding in practice was to have a designated office. I've had the privilege to serve the Republic as Minister for Labor and Employment. I think it's possible to still promote that person to a director. Attribute to that office the benefits and rewards of a director, but negotiate the occupation of that office out of the way of the director. We'll give you a promotion, all right, but we have no office to give you. But the consequential reward that goes with your promotion as director becomes your entitlement. I think that I'm adding this to your committee's mandate, even though you were to look at licensure exams. I need a roadmap to implementing this for President John Dramani Mahama.
This is Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. Up next is Business with Nashi Kasiza. Hi, Na, how are you doing?
I'm good, Anna. How are you doing?
I'm very well. Tell us what's happening in the world of business.
The World Bank has revised Ghana's 2025 gross domestic product GDP growth projection downward to 3.9%, falling short of the government's 4.4% target. The updated forecast published in the April 2025 edition of the Bretton Woods Institution's Africa's Pulse report reflect a modest reduction from the previous estimate of 4.3%. The World Bank cited persistent inflationary pressures and ongoing external vulnerabilities as key reasons for the downgrade. Despite the lower forecast, the bank remains cautiously optimistic about Ghana's medium-term prospects, projecting a rebound to 4.6% growth in 2026 and 4.8% in 2027. The report also highlighted climate-related risk, particularly unpredictable weather patterns that have disrupted cocoa production in Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire, two of the world's leading cocoa exporters. It warned that climate-induced events such as floods and droughts continue to erode national budgets across Africa by up to 9%, causing economic setbacks of between 2% and 5%. Away from that, the Venture Capital Trust Fund is intensifying its efforts to enhance operational efficiency as part of a broader strategy to accelerate the growth of small and medium enterprises (SMEs) across Ghana. The Trust Fund maintains that its interventions have so far supported the creation of nearly 30,000 jobs, contributing to national economic growth and youth employment. Speaking to the media at the launch of the fund's 20-year impact report, Chief Executive Officer Michael Abe highlighted the fund's evolving role in building a resilient SME sector.
In terms of the investment opportunities, we've been able to, given the little we've had, invested in about 14 venture capital finance companies or fund managers, who in turn have invested in close to 80 businesses in Ghana. And usually with our investment strategies, when we invest, we expect that there is a close, there is an investment duration, and at a point, a stage where we expect returns. And when we get to that stage, we either have ways or other models of exiting. And so far, we've had 14 successful exits out of the 80 companies or businesses we've invested in. As a result, we've created close to 30,000 jobs to support government of Ghana's job creation agenda. Again, most of these companies we invest in through our fund managers have paid taxes to the state, which is, of course, a support given to government of Ghana's developmental agenda.
And that's it for business. I'm Nashika Caesar.
Up next is sports with Gabby Affair. Gabby, how are you doing?
I'm good.
Tell us the latest in the world of sport.
I know you like this news. Liverpool could be crowned champions this weekend. They just need a draw against Spurs.
We'll get it, definitely.
And job is done.
Definitely, we'll get it.
We'll get into Liverpool's story a bit later, but let's start with this. And the Ghana Olympic Committee will elect new leaders at its elective congress on Saturday, April 26 at the Accra International Conference Center. Now, the governing body for Olympic sports in Ghana will appoint a new president, marking the first change in leadership in 8 years. Incumbent Ben Nunu-Mensah, who served 2 terms since 2017, has chosen not to seek re-election, paving the way for fresh leadership. We have more in the following report.
Over 30 candidates have filed nominations to contest various positions, from president to board members, in what is anticipated to be a high-stake election that will determine the leadership of the Ghana Olympic Committee for the next 4 years. However, all eyes will be on the position of president, where Richard Kofi Akpokavi, a seasoned sports administrator and former captain of the national hockey team, will face off against Michael Odum Agri, the immediate past president of the Ghana Golf Association. Akpokavi served as the General Secretary for the Ghana Olympic Committee between 2017 and 2021 before contesting Ben Nunu-Mensah in the 2021 presidential election, where he lost by just 7 votes. Nunu-Mensah, whose term officially concluded at the elective congress last week, urged delegates to vote for individuals based on their credibility, integrity, selflessness, as well as their records and achievements.
It wouldn't be only about the president or even the GOC. It goes all the way to the national sports federations. I think that elections into these positions, must be based on integrity, credibility, selflessness, and then the records and achievement of these individuals. We need to check their backgrounds very well, what they have done, because the GOC brand now has a certain level of respect and good name, and I think that we need to try and keep that respect and good names at all times.
There will be 65 votes up for contention in this election. A candidate who secures a simple majority will be declared the winner, particularly in positions like the presidency, where only 2 candidates are contesting.
Well, that's the very latest in the world of sports. I am Gabby Affair.
And that's it for Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. I am Inu Safo. Many thanks for watching.
This week on the 77% Street Debate.
I feel as though if our governments really took us a bit more seriously, more things would be implemented.
The biggest problem we have is the drainage systems and the roads as well.
My work is not about enjoying the beauty of the city. I mean, I'm always after the money.
We are led by people who don't have original ideas and don't know how to experiment to get to great ideas.
When you come to my place, I have the decks. I'll make sure that everybody is on top.
I like how you're saying, when you come to my place, please go to her place. Hello and welcome back to the 77% Street Debate. This week we are in the outskirts of Accra, Ghana. And that's because a lot of people escaping the pressures of urbanization are moving farther away from the center. And so African cities developing rapidly are facing a dire situation. And so today we're here to find out from some Ghanaians if there's a way that Africa can urbanize so that we become the cities of the future. And I want to start with Patrick. You are an Uber driver within the city of Accra. So you probably know the city inside and out. How would you describe how the city has been planned? Does it make sense to you? Is it a good city? Is it efficient?
Those areas that I don't want to go has high demand of riders. And I couldn't go there because of traffic and the road network. And if you want to chase the money and work in those areas, what happens is that you end up spending all the money on repairs. Yeah.
Okay. So let me hear from Sophia, who's a student in Accra as well. And as we were speaking earlier, you said to me that your biggest headache in the city is transport. Talk to me about that.
So sometimes too, you stand for more than an hour or more than 2 hours and the transport still hasn't arrived for you to pick. But sometimes with the private transport systems also, like the taxi and the Uber, sometimes it's very expensive for students like me. So we have to resort to the trotro or the public transport, which is sometimes really a headache.
So the transport system is not scheduled, it's not formalized. And I wonder, Christiana, if this is something that's a headache for you. You're dressed for your job. You are indeed in the medical fraternity, but dealing specifically with ambulances. So bad infrastructure could be a matter of life and death in your job.
Yes. So if the traffic situation is such that you can't maneuver your way through to get to the patient early, it can lead to mortalities, high mortalities and morbidities, which we don't want. So when the patient calls you, you are not able to get to the patient in time to provide the needed interventions to send the person to the hospital.
I know that at the moment you're not in the ambulance, but obviously you're supervising the people in them. Are they telling you about these delayed transport needs?
Yes, and sometimes it's a challenge, it's a headache, because they will have to spend more time with the patients, and that's duration. It's hell sometimes. And sometimes even before you get to the patients, you are not able to. So the response time is increased, and that's some patients don't have the time, the patients to wait for you. Sometimes you get there and they have moved the patient in a taxi or some other vehicle.
Right. So the person who's actually charged with making sure that the road network, particularly in the municipality of, which one is it?
Tamale West Municipality.
Tamale West Municipality is here. So that's your job, to make sure that the municipality is running smoothly. So how does it feel when you hear that, things are not okay?
I feel a bit disappointed, and I sympathize with them. Our road networks, there's a problem. The problem is that most of the people, most of the residents also encroach the road. And when you come to Tamale West, we have a plan, a physical plan, where we have the road networks and everything. That we know that there should be a road here, there should be a house here, we have the buffer and all that. But by the time you realize, people have encroached it. Somebody will build a house, and probably about 10 meters from the house or 40 meters, there should be a road. But he builds his wall on that. So the issue now is that, what do we do?
But it's interesting you're saying, what should we do, when in fact you're the one who's been charged with resolving the issue.
They are not working because, as I said, people have encroached. You have to take us a bold step to actually move a wall or a building. When I had to take the bull by the horn and decide to actually pull down a house because it was built right in the middle of the road where other people were not getting access to their office, their home, and then, it was a security threat because you park your car outside walking and you are being attacked by, armed robbers and all that. So I had to take the bull by the horn and say, no, this have to go.
Okay. And there's also a huge informal economy here in Accra. And Benny, you're part of it, right? As a trader in the city, what are some of the challenges that you find in how the city has been designed?
Mostly I'm doing delivery, but the day maybe I'll be busy and will not be able to do delivery. I have to call maybe a motorcycle or some delivery person to do for me. And they charge more than necessary just because of the bad nature of the road. And so it affects our business. And most customers who buy from online, you see that they will not come. They will promise buying and they will not come. So if the system is very well managed and the road, everything is in order, I think it will help those of us that do business online and we are always on the road doing delivery and stuff.
Okay. So Felicia, I want to come back to you because I think at the national government, it was envisioned that there would be a lot of local participation when coming up with some of these policies that set up the cities. Are people really engaged? Because it sounds to me that Bernice here knows exactly what she wants.
It looks like the gap between the local government and the residents is so wide. The local governments have not been able to get close to the people to tell them what they have to know and what we can do for them. So what I do is I try as much as possible to make sure that we set a desk or we are trying to get closer to the residents, like an Uber driver like this. Ask him if he knows wherever he stays, where the local government.
Let me ask him. Do you know where the local government sits?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yes.
We are always busy doing our daily jobs, okay? I don't care about knowing where the local government is. After that one, I don't care about it. But the truth is that, let's take, for example, common traffic light. A policeman stands there and knows that the traffic light is not working. He is more closer to the local government than me. So he should go and report that so that his job can get easier for him or better for him. So he doesn't have to stand there. He can go and do something else instead of standing at the traffic light.
And I have a question to add to that. If somebody is building on a place that's quite obviously not regulated or allowed, why wait until the building has gone all the way up to come and tell them, hey, it's not allowed?
So it takes at least 2 to 3 months for you to move, because we think that, look, apart from that, is a process that has been laid down.
Okay, yeah, but wouldn't it be easier to just have a policy that prevents any kind of encroachment in the first place as opposed to removing encroachers?
In fact, there is a policy. We need to just enforce the policies. Who enforces what is right?
Yeah.
Okay, who puts the timelines to say, okay, I've gone to see this building and you've written that it should be removed and I realize that it's been built. So we need to question the person who is in charge, and then we enforce it.
All right. So before enforcing, we have to really identify the challenges. And we are at a school, the SOS school, and one of their students wants to tell us what the challenges are for you.
I think for me personally, the biggest problem we have is the drainage systems and the roads as well. Because people may dispose their waste into gutters, maybe they may drink a sachet water and throw it in a bin, or when it's raining, they may take their trash.
There's congestion on the roads. It really creates a lot of pollution in our atmosphere and our systems. So I think it would be necessary for us to provide different access to transport routes such as trains, bike lanes and other modes of transport. Yeah.
I mean, those are really ambitious dreams, and I think everybody in Africa would want that. But do you believe that our governments on the
Yeah.
I mean, those are really ambitious dreams, and I think everybody in Africa would want that. But do you believe that when we tell them we need these things?
I don't necessarily think they're taking us too seriously because, as the others said, needs are being communicated, but nothing is really being done about it. And I feel as though if our governments really took us a bit more seriously, more things would be implemented.
So we're talking about governments not necessarily taking young people seriously, and I want to give you a chance to respond because you're the closest that we have to government here, and despite the fact that you've only been in office for 6 months, it's still your responsibility.
Yes. She mentioned the train system, and then very soon the electric buses will be launched, and we'll be using the electric buses, and then the train too will start using. So that we are, at least we are near our promises that we are doing. So fortunately all this are being put in place. But if we don't have good road network, where will the electric buses pass?
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I'm saying. So then it behoves on us as the local government to make sure that our roads are being done well.
But hold on 1 second. I think there's something I missed there. You said that road networks need to be completely perfect in order for the train system to start?
No, in order for the electric buses. We are bringing electric buses.
Okay.
So very soon you are going to see electric buses on the road where school kids are going to use it for free. The senior citizens are going to use for free. Now I'm talking about the road network. We have the rails good. Now the road network, what we have to do is now make sure that the road networks are good. And they can testify. Now we have the drip, that everywhere we are trying to shape the road and let it be motorable, and then everybody will be happy. So at least we have their consent, and we are doing it perfectly.
Okay. Let me ask Will, why has it taken Ghana so long to start speaking about things like a diversified road network system or different kinds of transport? This was one of the first countries to gain independence on the continent.
So, Edith, let's make this a real debate for a second. There's a bit of a kumbaya energy here, and my job is to break it and get to the heart of what is happening here. What is everything that is being talked about, at the heart of it is a talent and creativity problem. We are led by people who don't have original ideas and don't know how to experiment to get to great ideas. They talk about policy as it is the end of all of things. But policy should serve people. And so if you have a policy that increasingly fails people, you have to be agile to shift that policy to serve people. So there is an endemic behavior of political actors who hide behind policy and plans and do very little.
Okay, are you speaking from experience here? Because I know that you're sort of trying to reimagine the kind of spaces that we occupy.
Yeah, so the world I come from, experimentation and learning is a big part of how you get to solutions, right? So I come from a world, myself and George, we come from a world where you are always constantly mindful that you have a field environment that you're operating in, and you have to be agile to adapt to that environment. Okay. So that mindset needs to be present for any actor who is acting in an environment where there's a breakdown of transportation systems.
All right. Let me speak to Mohammed, because he's been an urban planner for 20 years. You know, essentially, what Will is saying is that you're the ones who don't have an imagination, because for 20 years, nothing has changed.
He's right to some extent.
Yeah.
Yes, we have to admit where there's failure. The whole challenge, and you hinted earlier, we do have a colonial legacy of an urban structure that concentrated all opportunities to the south along the shoreline. So you have the Accras, the Cape Coast, and the Takoradi. And everybody is trooping down here. Now you have a city that accounts for just 2% of our national land space, carrying over 20% of the population. So you can imagine. With this, we have sprawl, the city just expanding. And so it is reasonable to imagine that no state can catch up with infrastructure expansion when you have a city sprawling at a rate of about 1% per annum, currently as we speak. With this, the last figures I saw indicate that we have an infrastructure financing gap of a ratio of 40:1. So out of 40 parts of investment that is required, we are only able to do 1. This means there is really no prospect of catching up.
Oh, but surely, if things are so bleak, why are we here trying to talk about the future then?
We would get to solutions.
Okay.
And like my friend said, we have to imagine what to do with them. But there is a way.
Okay, we'll come to solutions in just a short while, but I want to speak to Moro, who's standing next to you. Now, Moro is visually impaired, so I just wanted to know what your experience is going through the cities of Tema, Accra, or whatever they may be. Do you feel like they're inclusive spaces?
The environment is, to be frankly speaking, is not accessible at all. Even in the night, me, for instance, I find it difficult to move around unless there is a heavy sunlight. But maybe after 5 going, I find it difficult to move because the walkways, open gutters, when it rains, stagnant water, and a lot of obstacles.
Yeah, I've also noticed that there's very few street lights. And so I want to ask you, Moro, do you think it's possible for someone to be fully independent if you're differently abled in this country?
No, it's not possible. You can never be independent.
All right. I asked about inclusion, and I want to come back to the people who are at the back, the students. Do you feel like the city is safe for you guys to walk in as young men and women, as young girls, as young boys, if I may say so?
I don't believe the city is very safe for us. Like in Tema here, there's only like a few police stations around. Police presence is barely filled. So if you are a young child walking around, you would feel anxious. You wouldn't feel very safe unless you have maybe an elder. And if you are lucky and you can afford, you can have someone who can carry around with a car. But if not, you wouldn't feel safe.
Yeah. Let me hear from you. Is this the same experience that you have?
Over time, I feel like Tema and Accra have definitely become less safe. Earlier, when Uber and things became very popular, it was fine to take an Uber, but over time, it's definitely gotten more difficult to move around because you feel like you could be kidnapped or something in the city. So, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Talking about even being kidnapped. But we also did talk about drains, and sanitation is a major issue in this country. And Christiana, I want to come back to you because I've noticed as I've been walking around the major cities, some of the drains are unfortunately open. There's raw sewage that's running in the city. What kind of risk does that pose to the health of the population?
So you can have a lot of communicable diseases. You can have cholera, you can have malaria, and that's also impacts on the economy because when a person is sick, you won't be able to work. And when you are not able to work, productivity is low. And we can't achieve the goals that we set for ourselves. So living in a clean environment is very crucial. It's very important. It's necessary for us to be able to grow the economy.
Yeah. So at the moment, presently, what are some of the things that you think are being influenced by this lack of clean environment, as you call it?
I think our attitude, if we are able to get a mindset of cleanliness from our infancy, from our homes, it starts from the home. So and then the education system. So if you're home, when you drop something and you are told to pick it and put it in the dustbin, and when you keep garbage and it's raining and you are not told to dump it into the rain, then that's attitude, that mindset, if you're able to get it away, then we'll be able to start cleaning our environment and keeping neat.
Yeah. You wanted to add something, right?
I think for me, regarding the waste management service providers, even where I live, they are not accessible. They don't come to those areas.
So how do you guys take care of your rubbish then?
We burn it because even the aboboyas don't even come regularly or rarely even come to where I stay to dispose of the rubbish. So my question goes to her, asking how are we supposed to dispose of rubbish then? Because then again, burning is not sustainable for the environment.
Absolutely not. So that's a good question, Felicia.
You see, we have our, depending on where you are, with the Tema West, we have our environmental department, where we even have forms that you have to fill. Okay. When you come to my place, I have the decks. I'll make sure that everybody is on top.
I like how you're saying, when you come to my place, please go to her place. Let me hear from Cecilia.
We are in our offices because there are people in the community that we have to serve. And the people in the community are closer to these happenings better than we are. So we would also ask that the community member, that's why it's called inclusive plan. We are practicing a system of decentralization. So at the lower level, we have the zonal councils, we have the urban councils, we have the sub-metros. That is where we want our people to also come to us. Because if you say that you don't know the district assembly and then you don't care, fine. But something is happening that we have to be interested. You quickly report to the nearest office. Right. And it is our responsibility also to know, because apart from the main municipal assembly, we have a zonal, officers around us. That is also there. And then with the area of the transportation, I think that it is not only about the road infrastructure, but it's also about the connectivity, and it's also about alternative means of transport. And then with the issue
sorry, Cecilia, let me just move on to Will because of the interest of time, because we're already talking about the future, right? And this is an area that you're very comfortable in. First question, how do we get people more interested in how their cities and their spaces look? Because Cecilia is saying, look, they simply aren't.
The general feeling I get is that a lot of Ghanaians cannot envision what a functional city looks like because they've never lived in one. So to be able to show them what it might look like, you need to almost show them an example of what that is, to get them excited about what the future could be. We've made this city dominant with cars in ways that it's not designed for human beings anymore. Today, I'm proud to say that 1 of 3 bikes that come to my house to deliver food is an EV bike. Now, these are the things that we are saying that if we are given kind of open space to innovate without crazy regulation and all of these things, and an open experimental kind of energy from political actors, the problems can be solved. There's so much global capital looking for great opportunities to invest, and we always look like there's nothing that can be done. It's so strange.
All right. Patrick, let's hear some solutions for you. What do you think needs to be done to make Tema, Accra, and other cities within Ghana more sustainable, more efficient?
My work is not about enjoying the beauty of the city. I mean, I'm always after the money. So enough of all these fancy flyovers. We need roads that goes through every suburb in the city. Okay. Because if there's traffic, you can easily maneuver to different directions. One of the things that most of my riders complain about is when you are charged 50 cedis from here to Hashima, but before you get there, the price increases, and most people don't understand why. And they think that the price has been calculated already. Okay. So they don't want to understand why the price should increase. But if there should be alternative roads, we can use that and get there easily and makes my work easy for me. I can make more money as well. So enough of the flyovers.
Okay, so enough flyovers, you want functionality, form over substance. All right, solutions.
Let me begin with the individuals. Our attitude needs to change. Like moving around, littering the compound and pouring rubbish inside the gutter, all of that need to stop. We need to have this clean mentality. And from the NGOs, like the way, or should I say private entities, just NGOs, how they are able to bring up ideas, how they are able to bring up plans, how they are able to bring up innovative ways, I think they should help one way or another, not just leave everything to the government. And the government also needs to play a major role, as in the case of the roads. I mean, NGOs can't afford certain tasks. They can't afford to fund certain projects. So governments can come in here to fund the NGOs to help them do whatever they are supposed to do. Or governments can also take the initiative and maybe expand roads. Because sometimes you can clearly see that the traffic jam is due to the small nature of the road. So they can expand the roads and maybe provide more dustbins and all of that. And then basically there should also be effective supervision in terms of on the part of government. So if government put a government official to do this work, there should be people to supervise the person well.
Very well laid out. Let's hear some more solutions.
One solution that would help us with this pollution issue in particular would be more affordable housing, because it's seen to be an issue that a lot of the population in Tema live in slums and are squatters in uncompleted buildings. This leads to very poor waste management.